Isn't there a much simpler way to do this? Well, I'm already doing that. So maybe my understanding of the problem is not correct. So it was specifically occurring where we had wolves that were attacking unoccupied tents. I thought that's what was happening. No, that's definitely what was happening. There was nobody in that tent. Okay. I feel like I need to check this out. Attributes? No. Where is that? Maybe it is attributes. Oh, yeah. As far as I understand it right now, if it doesn't actually find a viable tent, it should just remain no one, because we kind of reset it to no one after it finishes scanning, which is essentially what I was doing before, only now we do it after a complete scan rather, well, it's still a complete scan. Now we do it at the end of the process. Still at the end of the process before. I'm doing the same thing before each new scan, or at the end of each scan. We reset the variable that stores the resulting instance to no one. And therefore, if a new scan is initiated and it doesn't find anything, it should still be set to no one. This is extreme difficulty. My god, this game has changed. This game has changed. Fuck these devs, man. Always nerfing the content. I'm used to, I still feel like in my head, I still feel like extreme difficulty should have like 5 humans, but the game is basically unplayable like that, so we don't do that anymore. I'm pretty good. Like, the game does, I mean, it performs well. I'm getting like 200 FPS right now with this because I killed off all the humans. You know, it doesn't perform well in my mind. I want like thousands of FPS. They just give me more and more redundant frames that I can't even see because I'm on a 144 Hz monitor. Yeah, I suppose. Oh god, I don't even have any tents. For fuck's sake. Start test mode. Hopefully. It's probably going to put me on beginner island now. There's not going to be any wolves there. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, it performs pretty well even with a large amount of humans. Or like, how many do we normally have? We have like 35, I think, on easy mode. Something like that. Alright. So I should... Are we on beginner island? Where are we? I didn't look. Oh no, we got wolves. Okay. It remembers my selection. I wasn't sure if it reset when I went back to the main menu. I think it doesn't reset. It would only change if I went through the menu and changed it again. Alright, sorry, all the humans have got to go for this test. Then again, has anybody been inside a tent? That's the thing. Nobody... Wait. They've been inside the creche. Oh. God. Gotta drown the women and children before they get back in the creche, because got no way of getting them out of there. Yeah, I should have a kill all bind or something would be useful, right? Yeah, there's some developer tools that I could have really benefited from that have never been made. So what's this guy gonna do? What's he gonna do? He's attacking the tents, right? Why are you attacking this empty tent? There's nobody in there. Okay, there is some fish in the store, so we actually want them to do that. But they shouldn't What? Okay, now you're stopping? But these tents are empty too. What's the difference between this empty tent and those empty tents? Why are you attacking this one? Should have made a save so I could come back to this point. Why would that be? It's still day 0. Nobody's been in that tent. Pretty sure about that. Do they stop attacking? If they're attacking a tent and they stop attacking it, sorry, no, if they're attacking a tent and the occupants leave and it becomes unoccupied, do they stop attacking it? I want to say probably not. It seems like a detail that would have been overlooked. What am I even looking at right now, dude? Else. Okay, so it's going to be in this section. God, that's not clear, is it? I should really comment my code. No. So it's like target dot instance exists target and ds list empty target dot occupants. Right. Can bears attack tents? I'm assuming so. Is it? Oh, man. The lack of inheritance here is what's really annoying. Like, I made this terrible mistake. I mean, I couldn't have known at the time. So, who's to say? But what I did was duplicate a bunch of Predator code before it was finished, essentially. Now I have to update the code in multiple locations whenever I change anything, because GameMaker's inheritance really sucks. I mean, it does have inheritance, it's just really bad. It's so useless that it essentially doesn't have inheritance. So there's a lot of duplicate code. A solution to that, I suppose, could be to store this stuff in scripts. I don't know if it still works, because the code is also unique. I could still store it in scripts but break it down into smaller chunks, I guess, but that's just as insane as what I'm doing right now, so what would be the point of that? There we go. Alright, so yeah, it's only bears and wolves right now. Foxes, they may technically be predators, but they don't attack humans or tents. They attack each other. They do attack each other. Those crazy guys. What was I doing? I'm trying to determine why this is even happening. That would be a good thing to know. Obviously something very funky is going on. I think what I need to see... Probably stop testing a little bit early there. New game. Extreme, no. Test mode. I think what I need to see is how the wolves behave after all of the tents have been occupied. Is that going to make some kind of a... Why would that make any difference when they can only be one at once anyway? I'm pretty certain none of the tents had been occupied. Right, because I just started a new game. Why would they have been? It didn't rain. Yeah, they shouldn't. Dude, they move so freaking fast with that drum buff. It's great. Good God. So I thought about it off stream, and yeah, I realized that we're not gonna do tech trees, we're not gonna do crafting, we're not gonna do research, we're not gonna do any of that stuff. And you know what the primary reason was for that in the end? Was that it has nothing to do with being a god. And this is a GodSIM game. What I kind of realized is like, that's not what it's about. Part of me was like, yeah, it is a cool idea. If it not for this project, it's a cool idea though. And part of me is also like, okay, that stuff is popular. Those games do well on Steam right now. So let's get the old survival crafting mechanics in there. God, I did it again, didn't I? I just killed them all. Sorry. Okay, see, now they're not attacking any tents. There's no meat or fish in there. What is going on? I should have really saved. And it remembers which screen you were on when you quit back to the main menu. Seems kind of weird to me, to be honest. When you're quitting to the main menu, you would sort of expect to arrive at the main menu, not at a sub-menu of the main menu. Yeah, it's a very, I feel like it's a very unusual form of game development stream, or maybe not. What I'm trying to do is like figure out in my own mind what genre of game development is this. I suppose I was just thinking about it. I may as well convert them into or hunters or foragers. This guy, God, this deer died in vain. What is a tragedy? Yeah, because it's just like I just turn the stream on and then bang my head against the wall for hours. You know, I'm not, hey guys, welcome to, this is what we're doing. Oh, I'm developing, I'm, you know, I'm not, like, I feel like it's the way that I'm not really able to present it like that. You know what I mean? Because I don't even know what's going on half the time. But I feel like there's another style of development stream that you could potentially, I guess that some people do. Everyone has a slightly unique style. For some people, some development streams I've seen, it seems like barely any development happens on those streams. And they just kind of hang out and listen to music and talk to chat or something. This really, I mean, I've seen development streams like that where it seems like no development is really taking place there. Okay. So they've all been occupied now. What is this guy doing? What are you doing? He's... Okay, according to this, he's dead. How are you dead? This is the one I was drowning. Oh, there he goes. So somehow I pulled him out of the water and put him back on land, but he died anyway, or had already died, and somehow I guess there is a tiny... Yeah, if you pick them up in that window, I think there's a tiny window in which maybe you can. I don't know. I would have to look into that to be sure. Right, what's going on? So all of these tents have been occupied at least once now. Yeah, no, don't do it. Fuck. Alright, I can't pick anything up now. Okay, this is really strange. It wasn't me just misclicking. Oh my god, why does this have to happen now? Okay, at least I found another bug, I suppose. Alright, let me do the same again and not replicate that bug. Yeah, it's interesting to think about it. Literally everybody, every game development stream that I've watched, every game development streamer has a slightly unique style to how they do things. And I suppose it's easier for me to see that in others, because when I'm doing it, I'm inside of the thing, right? I'm doing the thing. Oh my god. That guy is never gonna survive, dude. Why am I in the desert map? Because it got randomized to that by the demo scene and then never actually reset. Interesting. Extreme. No. I don't know. What does this even do? Well, it's going to override it if I say yes. If I say no, it's going to stick to the selection made by either the demo scene or the developer menu. Oh, I said console. I don't have a developer console. Yeah, I guess I do try and talk through what I'm doing sometimes. Not always. Sometimes I think I just sit there in silence and try and figure out what the hell is going on. Sometimes I kind of talk through what I'm doing or talk about my ideas for the game or where I see it going or whatever. I wonder if just completely eliminating the trees that spawn on the grasslands would be a good idea. Oh my god, what's happening? You gotta be kidding me, this guy's never gonna survive. Oh, the heals are coming in, but it's just not enough. We only had a single healer. Oh, jeez. Well, it's like I could have zapped this thing whilst it was inside the sphere, but I wasn't thinking. I need to be on the islands with the hostile creatures because that's what I'm trying to test. But also, if they kill us before I'm able to get everybody inside the tents, it's kind of hindering my ability to test it here. Where is that guy? Oh, there he is. And I mean, thank God that I found a reason to axe the tech trees, the research component. And along with that goes crafting and gear and everything. There wasn't going to be crafting. I don't know why I say that, but gear. I was thinking weapons and armor upgrades and stuff that you can use. Possibly other stuff, but yeah, that's all going along with the need to research that stuff to unlock it, I suppose. Yeah, You wouldn't really craft it, you would just sort of unlock these upgrades, but yeah. You know, as if just scope creep alone wasn't enough of a reason to cut it, which it definitely was. Because, I'd really like to get this game finished one day. But, yeah, my justification in the end is that it has nothing to do with being a god. And this is a GodSIM game. It's really, the focus is supposed to be on your godly duties, performing miracles and granting gifts to the humans and being worshipped. That's pretty much the main focus of the game, is those three things, isn't it? At the end of the day, when you break it down, maybe those are the three things I should really talk about when I'm describing the game to most accurately convey what it's all about. Okay, so... No. God damn it, I didn't realize there was another child running around. They must be destroyed. Gotcha. Okay. Alright, well, mass genocide aside. Let's get some frick... Why is the sphere of influence... It's not. That's just the visuals. Chill out. The sphere of influence is actually like the whole map right now. What have we got in here? Nothing. Okay. So what is this bug? What is this? They are not... So it's working correctly the majority of the time. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out what's happening. Alright, take you home. Okay, so in rare circumstances, for reasons beyond my comprehension, they will attack the tents, the unoccupied tents. But not necessarily all of them. Only maybe some of them. Or one of them. So I'm just going to add a note to that I can't replicate it. I think I can safely remove that one. That's funny that, I swear, I must have fixed it and just forgot that I fixed that bug. Because I doubt that it just stopped happening on its own. Can't seem to replicate that. So I feel like maybe if I went through the Git repository and looked at some old comments, I would see that I did update those. I don't know. So yeah, I was able to replicate it, I think. I did replicate it once today. I've not been able to replicate it since. Still none the wiser as to what is causing it in the first place. Alright, I think we're just gonna move on from that now. Saves me a lot of time. Saves me like probably at least 2 days work. So I'll take it. It might still be bugged, it might still happen on rare occasions. But until I can figure out why, that's just how it's gonna be. So there we go. Alright, brilliant. That's great. Well, it's awesome when you can get a job done without even doing it. It may come back at some point. I may be forced to address it eventually, but it will only be when I can understand it. It's weird because when I was able to replicate it, I'm almost sure nobody had been in any of those tents. They only attacked one of them. And it's almost as if somehow that tent is getting added to that list via non-conventional means. But I for sure don't get it. So if we were to sort of take stock of the situation, is that how that goes? We were to assess the situation where we're at right now, considering that we no longer need to do the research system. I feel like that's the most accurate name to describe it, but it doesn't sound right at the same time. I want the crafting system sounds better, but it's not really crafting. It's research. The research and unlocks tied to gear and equipment, something like that. Now that we're not doing that, where exactly are we? I have to split the portals down into... Not portals, I'm not splitting the portals down. Hey Brent, brother, how you going? I have to split the shrines down into 3 different constructs. Because they serve 3 purposes right now. And I'm going to have 3 unique constructs for each of those instead of the shrines doing everything. So we're going to have portal stones, we're going to have expansion stones, and we're going to have shrines. Glad to hear it's going pretty good. I mean, I thought I had like 2 days work to do, and now I don't have to do it because I can't replicate the bug. Not consistently, at least. Not consistently enough to figure out what the hell's going on, so we're just gonna move on for now. And I'm pretty happy about that. So yeah, what remains to be done. I'm okay with it this time. I'm honestly, I'm okay with it at this point. I have to create these new construct types. That's going to be a fairly straightforward task. I guess I could do that today. That I feel some resistance to that idea because it's not what I thought I would be doing today, but if I can be flexible, I could do that today and probably get it done in a day. Don't say things like that, dude. Jesus Christ. So with the 2 new construct types, then there's the creatures. Well, yeah, it's, you know, at least I didn't do a bunch of work that probably wouldn't have even solved the problem anyway, because I don't think the problem is what I thought it was. So actually not knowing what's going on is better than having the wrong idea of what's going on. Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, maybe I'll do the constructs today, and then we have creatures. There are all the different creatures for all the different biomes, and I really, because of the aforementioned lack of inheritance in GameMaker, I really need to make sure my creature code is locked in. And we're pretty close to that, but well, I thought we were pretty much there, but we weren't. Or we were closer than we were closer than I thought. Jesus Christ. Closer than I thought because of what happened today, right? I thought I had a lot of stuff to do today, and probably would have taken more than a day. But yeah, the point being, we are pretty close. I may not be able to actually tell how close, as there's always something, right, that you don't know about until you do. But yeah, once I get that relatively locked in, I'm gonna do 6 archetypes. That's basically how it works. We'll have 3 archetypical predators and 3 archetypical prey animals, and those can be used for variants, where they basically they're just reskinned and have different stats and attributes. That's going to make it a lot easier to work off of those 6 archetypes. We've got, if I can remember what they are, we've got not necessarily. You can sort of scare them off if you play, or you can use certain defensive and evasive techniques to avoid them. So it's possible to be a pacifist, although challenging, but you can fight them. Yeah, though it's not always necessary to do so. So the three predator archetypes, I think it's kind of like apex predators, like these big solo hunters, pack hunters, and passive predators. Essentially, those are my 3 types right now. The foxes, they are technically predators. They'll hunt rabbits, but they will never attack the humans. The wolves, pack hunters. The bears, these big sort of solo, almost like elites, you know. And we'll also have one size above, size being something different from the archetypes. We'll have massive creatures as well, like woolly mammoth, which I believe are herbivorous, so they're not actually predators, but they are still deadly. And that brings me on to one of the archetypes of the prey animals, which is the deadly prey animal. It's, you know, the term herbivore would be more accurate than prey. They're not necessarily prey. Well, they are still prey. They will still be preyed upon. No, that's true. But generally, like, they'll at least have a bit of a fighting chance compared to some of them, which only flee. So yeah, there's the, which we call them aggressive prey animals. There's the herd animals, and then there's the critters. The herd animals, they live in herds. They only flee. The critters, currently we just have rabbits. They do live in big sort of groups, communities. I forget what they're called. They'll only flee. And then we have, it's not been implemented yet, but the plan is the moose. The moose will be the first one I do, which is a prey animal, but it's aggressive. It will attack. It will defend itself or whatever, even though it's not carnivorous. Exactly, yes, you're right. The wolves will try to take down larger prey if they're in a larger hunting party. and they would, for example, flee from a bear if they were less than 6, I believe. 6 wolves will take on a bear, but anything less will flee. And also, when 2 packs attack each other, they will only do so if they're in the same pack size. If they're outnumbered, they will flee. There could be a little bit of leniency on that, I suppose. Like if they were 1 member down, they would still fight or something. But it's good enough for now. I suppose I could tweak it at some point, but I have a feeling that it might be a little bit involved. It's not just as easy as. There'll be some conditions, like because it's conditional. It's only when fighting other packs of wolves, having territorial disputes or whatever. So it just has that additional condition, and I think it's all handled together right now, basically. Well, it of course it is, because the wolves won't hunt other wolves, although they will hunt bears sometimes. So that's the only difference, is the difference between the decision-making involved with hunting and the decision-making involved with fighting. Hello, Grog. Welcome on in. Yeah, that's definitely the approach that I like to take. Simplest implementation first, I always say. Oh, you guys know each other from some other stream chat, I presume. That's funny. Yeah, simplest implementation first is a rule I live by. We can always, fellow GameMaker enjoyers, good to see. Or is it? Maybe I should give my condolences. It can be a bit of a love-hate thing with GameMaker, but yeah, you can always make the behaviors. Oh, nice. Okay, I will look out for you guys. I don't get a lot of time to watch streams, but when I do, I'll check you out. Yeah, you can always complexify the behavior as necessary. But also, I do like to keep everything as simple as possible. Well, what I was doing today was I thought I had this whole thing, but I didn't understand the nature of the bug, actually. Toasty! Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow, Grog. Appreciate that. What I thought was happening is that my trackers were not being cleared, so we had a specific instance, and I've been able to replicate it, but not consistently. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Brent Brother. Appreciate the follow. We had an instance where the wolves attacked an unoccupied tent, and they're not supposed to do that. They're only supposed to attack occupied tents or stores with food in them. And I've not been able to. Originally, I was like, oh, I know why it is. It's because the trackers are not getting cleared, and there's like an old tent still on the tracker or something. It hasn't found a new one, but it hasn't cleared the old result. No, that was not the case. So I can't actually explain how those tents are getting on that list. It's not a list. How they're being assigned to that variable. So yeah, until I can understand that, I'm not going to be able to fix it because I don't know what's going on. But I'm kind of okay with that because it would probably have taken 2 or 3 days to write all of those updates. Mainly because of the whole duplicate code. It's not duplicate code. It's just there's a lot of trackers that would need to be updated. And the reason why do the trackers exist? Well, Because if you just do an instance nearest, wouldn't that be nice? You can't check for specific things, like the instance nearest tree, but it can't be on fire, for example. There's always things like that. So we had to write these custom trackers. And then what happened was we had massive performance issues because we're scanning hundreds of objects every step to try and determine what the nearest one that meets these several different conditions is, or whatever. So then I realized, okay, what I'm going to have to do here is extend this process across multiple steps. So you just got to scan 600 trees. It's going to take 600 steps. What is that? 60 seconds? 6 seconds? How do steps work? How does math work? So it's not my strong suit, okay? I think it's 6 seconds. It's probably longer than that. I don't know. You tell me. All right, no, you don't have to. I'm not here to create work for you. It takes some amount of time, to scan the trees, okay? And that's obviously, it's more performant to scan one tree per step than 600. So yeah, I did manage to scrape back some frames with that. It runs at about 150 when I'm not streaming. I'll get about 150 FPS. Timers, that sounds useful. I don't have any timing component to this. This is just like the number of steps that it takes, right? It's one instance per step, so it's however many however many steps it takes is based on however many instances there are. Yeah. When I do timers, what do I do? That's a good question. It's been a while. Yeah, I've taken a break from it for a few months recently, so I'm a little bit out of the loop. But I feel like what do I do? For some things, what I generally do for timers is I add one per step, and then I know that an alarm of 60, let's say, is a second, right? Because I'm running at 60 steps per second. That's how I generally do it. It does sound very useful to have a thing where I could just punch it in seconds, especially when we're dealing with long time spans, like how long is an in-game year, for example. Where the hell is that code? I have a rate of... Wait, do I have a rate of aging? Maybe I have to have obviously I have a rate of aging, and perhaps that's multiplied with the time scale, because I have time controls where you can fast forward time. That's how long a year is. Is that right? What is that measured in? See, I can't remember like how half of this stuff works. I should really comment my code. Usually I'd be coding every day, so I could generally remember what was going on. But seeing as I've taken a few months off, yeah, we just have to hope I never have to touch that stuff again. And then it's not going to be a problem. And I think I'm pretty settled on the time scale. I recently shortened the length of a year because I want people to see the seasons change, because I've got the whole weather and season simulation going. Where should we go? Boreal Forest. Boreal Forest? Yeah, something else I did fairly recently was procedurally generate the levels. I was using this one tiny little test map for at least 2 years, and eventually I was like, you know what, we've finally reached the point where I need to do procedural generation. I'd been thinking about it for a while, and I'd convinced myself I couldn't do it. I was like, this is too hard. There's no way I'm going to be able to do this. And somebody wrote a really good article about procedural generation in GameMaker. I forget who. But I read this article and I was like, oh God, you know, I think I could possibly do this. The worst realization you could ever have. You're just creating... in my head, I was creating, like, months of work, and oh, no. But I was like, I think I have to try this. I have to at least try. And it took about 3 days in the end. Maybe, like, 2 days of research, and then about 3 days of actual implementation. So, really, really not as extreme as... oh no, I might actually be capable. Yeah. I'm glad you like it. This is just placeholders. I do have some stuff to finish off on the coding side, but I've been thinking about actually attempting the graphics myself recently. So like learning a sprite or something. Okay, I'm not going to intervene, let's just watch them go. This is the purple cubes represent wolves, by the way. Oh yeah, Tunic looks really good. Really nice. Actually, the guy who did the sound design that we have, we don't have a lot of sounds, but the guy who did the ones that we do have, when I originally found him, he'd done like his own sound design for the Tunic trailer as like a portfolio piece, and I was like, God damn, that sounds good. So I hit him up, and yeah, he did work on this for a while, but now he's inundated with actual paid work, so it's understandable that he had to move on from the project. So yeah, there's the various roles in the tribe. People can be hunters or gatherers or healers or guards and drummers, carpenters and things. This is... all of the constructs are pre-built in this test mode that I've made, which also came in handy as a good demo scene. But they'll chop down the trees and they'll build stuff, and the tents can catch on fire and things like that. There's little disasters to respond to. To me, it seems incredibly shallow. That's the problem, though, because I know everything about the game and have played it to death. So I'm like, there's no content here. There's nothing. No one will ever play this. But there's some stuff in there, you know. If I can take myself out of it for a second, and we got some stuff in there. There's going to be... I'm hoping for more. Mainly there'll be the unique creatures to each biome. You know, they'll sleep in the tents at night. If it gets below a certain temperature, they'll have a fire going and the smoke. They'll shelter from the rain in there as well. That was a really nice... You know, like the first thing I did was give them a randomized wandering behavior when they're not doing anything. That made them seem a lot more human. Sheltering from the rain, that came a lot later, but when they all sort of disappear inside during a storm, that made them seem a lot more alive as well. It's good that I think it's a good sign that they have that feeling, that they're alive, even though they don't have any sprites yet. We're doing pretty good if we can have a cube that feels alive, a cuboid. Yeah, and we have an actual ecosystem. In the beginning, I was cheating it, and I was just respawning the animals and stuff. But now there's several herds of deer and packs of wolves and bears and things, and they reproduce and hibernate and blah blah blah, do all the stuff. Their behaviors change, you know, obviously based on the seasons and stuff. And what, like, bears are generally passive unless they have cubs, and then they're aggressive and stuff like that. So you know, and the game is about like kind of coexisting with the environment and trying to maintain that balance, you know. In fact, I'm thinking of maybe having like a balance meter and a good and a bad ending. And like if you can sort of live in harmony with nature, you get the good ending. If you just destroy everything, you get the bad ending. And that would be probably like the final level of the game. You either go to like, you know, paradise, or you go to some sort of hell world. And that's kind of how we do that. A big reason for that, I can't remember who I was listening to, but you know, some talk or something, and somebody was saying, if you don't have multiple endings, it's a big thing, because the player doesn't feel like their decisions matter, right? They're not really... I mean, sure, your decisions matter in the sense like, did you survive, do you survive to the end of the game? But having multiple endings really makes the player's decisions feel like they matter a lot more. Was the point they were making. I was like, that kind of makes sense. That makes sense. Well, yeah, something like that. And you know, I always say it writes itself, right? The game has really written itself. Yeah, there's not a lot of combat going on usually. Like, there would be more during the sort of initial phase when you're building the camp, because your hunters have to go out and hunt a lot more for fur and stuff like that. And they can get into a lot more sticky situations. But once the camp is established and you have some like stockpiles of food and water and stuff, you're chilling. Everything's pretty calm. You know, it's not a cozy game, obviously, because there is violence and death in the game. But it has cozy game elements for sure. I wanted it to be a relaxing experience from the very start. Yeah. And then there's things, you know, you're sending your worshippers out to unlock the shrines and stuff. That can also get you in a bit of trouble sometimes. And, yeah, the difficulty curve, it's like I was saying, the game writes itself, you know, because I was like, okay, let me simulate all of these different biomes, swamps and a desert and a rainforest and this and that, and all of those, you know, different environments have their unique challenges, and some are more hospitable and some are less hospitable, just by the nature of how they are. So all I had to do was put them in a certain order, and there's the difficulty curve. We've done it. Yeah. Like I said, it's kind of many aspects of the game I've just sort of written. It's just kind of writing itself. I'm just trying to listen to what it's telling me it wants to be. But also avoiding scope creep at the same time. Which is fairly easy. I did... Yeah, it's been a really improvisational project. I didn't have this whole thing designed when I started. I've made it up as I've gone along, for sure. And I think it's basically impossible with this genre of game, with a colony sim, to have it all designed at the beginning, unless you were to literally spend years designing it. And, you know, that's just adding years onto the whole process. So I just kind of dived in. And this is also really the project where I've learned to code as well, so there was that, and I learned by doing, for sure. Oh, they got picked off one of these wolves. Yeah, so with enough hunters and guards, because of the whole threat system that we were talking about before, you don't necessarily need to fight if you can just intimidate them and scare them away. Sort of like full time, sort of about 3 years, but I did use early versions of GameMaker back in the day in high school, actually. But I couldn't grasp coding back then, you know. I had one friend in high school who was a great programmer and was doing really cool stuff back then, like little evolution simulations and stuff. And I just could not grasp it. But this is the project where I finally learned. It didn't really stick until about my third or fourth attempt. I've built the project from the ground up 3 or 4 times, and it didn't stick until the 4th time. Because I would hit something, I'm like, I kind of know what I need, but I don't know how to use the functions that, you know. And I was finally able to, like, you know, I've overcome everything so far this time around. Every new thing I've needed to learn, I've managed it. Save this guy. Well, we might get to see a healer in action here. The amount of blood that they produce is based on the damage inflicted as well. Just to clue you in on some of the weird little details that I've put in there. Because there's no damage numbers or anything, but I thought, oh, we could tie that to the damage. Yeah, there is honestly there's quite a lot of stuff in there because I forget about half of it a lot of the time. I'll be playtesting and I'm like, wait a minute, when did I do that? I don't remember implementing this. So I'm often discovering stuff like that. But I kind of blew a lot of that stuff out of proportion in my own mind in the past. I feel like using lists and arrays and things. Like, what does that even mean? You know, but once I finally sort of got into it and got over that sort of initial hurdle, I was like, oh, I think I understand this. I think I can do this. There's some stuff in here that I definitely don't understand. I've just stolen the code. I did not write my own, what is it called? Gaussian noise algorithm. So I definitely stole that. My save load system was pretty much stolen from a tutorial. Although I do feel like I understood it well enough to modify it, but I don't know if I could write one from scratch. Constructors, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard, a few people have told me about those. I don't use them myself, but are those an alternative to objects, essentially? Somebody told me there's something you could be using instead of using objects, and I was like, whoa. And that it has several benefits to doing it that way, but yeah, I haven't quite crossed that bridge yet. And so, in terms of the actual gameplay, like what I should be doing here is unlocking these miracles. I already have them all unlocked, I think, because I'm in test mode. Oh my god, the wolves are attacking. Oh, that sounds nice. Yeah, I'll have to look into it, but certainly before the next project. This is this bug. What is going on with this guy? Yeah, I still haven't figured it out. Something is causing the bears to wake up and then instantly go back to sleep. Now has it stopped happening? It stopped happening now. Wait. Nope. I don't know what's going on there. Some sort of state looping. Oh yeah, we're getting attacked by these wolves. So yeah, currently the Jesus Christ, what is going on? Get out of here, wolf. Get out of here, moose. I don't know if anyone gets that reference, but Midwest magic cleaning, anyone? I'll watch that autistic man clean a house all day. So the progression right now consists of unlocking these shrines which contain miracles. It's like one of these cleaning YouTube channels. It's pretty funny. He's always going on about Moose, and his dog's called Moose. That was not a surprise to anybody. So the progression is that you get new miracles. That's the sort of player character advancement. And the shrines also serve to expand the sphere of influence, which is the area in which you can perform miracles. And they also they unlock the portal to the next level. We've got these 4 little fires that ignite on the 4 corners as you unlock the shrines. And what I'm planning on doing is breaking those down into 3 different constructs. Shrines, portal stones and expansion stones. Just so there's kind of more interesting stuff in the world, and also to kind of slow the player down a bit, because we don't want them just flying through these levels, which is pretty much what you can do right now. There's a balance there, like, for sure I don't want to pad it out and make it just needlessly slow and annoying, but also when you barely get to experience a level and you move. But I do realize this, I was talking about this the other day, again, I've played this thing to death, I can like speed run it. You know, and most players just aren't going to do that. They're going to be like learning the mechanics and like slowly figuring things out and probably just like enjoying different... People will probably play the game in ways that I never even thought of, right? That always happens. If you ever tried dungeon mastery in a tabletop role-playing game, you quickly realize that you can just throw your prep out the fucking window because nobody's going to do anything that you thought they were going to do. So yeah, it's a bit slow at the minute. I was like, okay, it's got to take like at least a day to unlock the shrines, so it does take a minute. And those guys, they'll ignore their needs whilst they're unlocking shrines. It's kind of, you know, because they're supposed to have free will, right? This is sort of the one instance where we actually command them directly. We tell them to go unlock shrines and stuff. The rest of the time, they take care of themselves. Really. God, we just got bombarded by freaking wolves there. We have a good defense though. And everyone was back at camp, so we had good numbers. We're gonna have probably issues with these wolves constantly running back into camp and apparently eating my worshippers. Oh yeah, I'm like, let me pick you up and move you. I could use Miracle 7 there. Divine Intervention sort of just teleports them back to camp. Oh, it's blowing a gale in here. What's going on? It is actually a gale. That whistling wind sound, that is I forget the exact mile per hour, but it's technically a gale. There's 4 levels. To check how many fingers that was. Good God. There's 4 levels of wind, I believe. There's like a light breeze. Then there's a moderate wind, a moderate breeze, a gale, and a storm, or something like that. Moderate winds. Jeez. See, this is the sort of thing that happens because they're pretty dumb, these creatures, right? I've thought about potential solutions, but I think this is just how it's going to be. Like, I think what's happened here is the pack has been split, and like half of them are on one side of camp and half of them are on the other side. They're trying to get back together, and they just keep running into us. And go back and get some healing, man. So yeah. It can be annoying if you don't really want to kill them, right? Because they're just wolves. They're just being wolves. They're not malicious, really. They're just wolves. I mean, they can't really help it. So it's annoying because sometimes you sort of feel like you have no other choice when something like this happens. Like, oh, I'm just going to have to kill them all because they're going to keep doing this because they don't understand how to walk around something. Even though that's what pathfinding is supposed to do, but they're finding a path that leads through the camp. I toyed with the idea, and I think I even implemented it at one stage, and then went back on the idea for God knows what reason. It was a while ago, but I put the animals on a separate navigation grid, and had like this area flagged as forbidden, so that they wouldn't pass through camp. I think, oh yeah, obviously, the obvious issue with that is that then they can never enter camp, and sometimes we do want them to do that. Yeah, there's an obvious conflict there. No, you grant them gifts, and then they are essentially autonomous. The only time that you tell them what to do or give them direct commands is to unlock the shrines. The idea being that they have free will, right? And so they're just, you know, living their lives and you're being a god. It's not like a strategy game where you're the general or something giving orders. Some people like that, some people don't. Some people want to have full control over everything, and it would have, you know, there's also a balance. If you think of the Sims or something, it's like, yeah, they'll be autonomous, but you can also tell them what to do. This is not like that. They're basically fully autonomous. Which is that's always how I wanted it to be from the very beginning. Because yeah, that was what was really interesting to me, is the thing that, yeah, the reason I wanted to do this project in the first place was because I was curious to see if I could make a life simulation or whatever, and sort of automate all this stuff. Would have been a hell of a lot easier to just make it so that you give them commands, right? Rather than trying to make them appear as if they think for themselves. But I just wasn't interested in trying to do that. So yeah, they do all of their things. They'll chop the trees and build the tents and gather firewood and hunt for things and forage and all that good stuff. And shelter from the rain, huddle around the fire when it gets really cold. Sleep and eat and, you know, all that good stuff. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, there's a guy. Actually, I don't want to misgender them here. There's a person in my Discord server who's has just finished developing a sort of a Tamagotchi style virtual pet game. So I'm assuming they'll be releasing it quite soon. So that's cool to hear of another one. It's called My Pet Femboy. And their previous game was Zombies Ate My Femboy. Oh, you already know Fizzy Busy or Fuzzy Buzzy. Yeah. Yeah, they've been in my Discord for a while. I've enjoyed following all of their updates. See if we can get another one of these shrines unlocked. Of course, the wolves would immediately start roaming around. Let's maybe wait until tomorrow. Yeah, so if I can get all of the shrines unlocked, the portal will open, and I can perform a mass exodus and send everybody off to the next level.
Toasty!
jeez. Trickaloony. Wait, no, that was from 4 days ago. Sorry. RSVP ASAP. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Jeez, I just recently started multi-streaming on YouTube as well. I have so many freaking tabs open now. It's a nightmare. You guys all know each other. That's funny. I guess it's a pretty it's a pretty tight-knit community, the Twitch game development community. It's not it's pretty niche, isn't it? It's not Fortnite. We're okay. So strength in numbers, boys. Let's band together. God knows we need the support. Yeah. Oh, it's snowing. This is my favorite bit. It's snowing. So I have like snow coverage builds up on the ground over time, and then will eventually melt when the temperatures rise again. we're gathering, merging into one super consciousness. Hey, Fizzy Busy, welcome back. You're just in time to merge into the super consciousness. Oh, it's raining now. So much for the snow. The temperatures must have just dropped. Dropped? I mean, raised. What are you talking about? Everyone's like, let's get out of this freaking rain. Did I change something? Today I just discovered that I didn't. The bug that I thought was happening. I don't even know what's actually happening still. Oh, I changed one thing. What was it? If the animals start attacking an occupied tent, they'll stop if it becomes unoccupied. Yeah, they would just never stop before. That's pretty much it. I may make the two new construct types today. Just that's something to do. I'm just having a hard time with it mentally because it's not what I was expecting to do today. And yeah, when plans change, that's I don't exactly deal with that well. Can I press the lightning button? You want me to just start zapping fools? It just vaporizes them. He's never coming back. I've got the yeah, that's the thing. It's a one-shot kill on any creature, but you don't get any of the loot because you just absolutely disintegrate them. Is it snowing again? Yes. No? Yes. I can't see. Wait, turn the light on. Oh my god, it's snowing. Look at that. Really is my favorite thing in the game, I think. There's nothing like those sweet, sweet falling particles. Alright, let's speed up time a bit and hope we don't die. The light, also it will automatically switch off during the day as well. Or, well, when we reach above a certain ambient light level. So you don't have to worry about it. It's not going to be wasting your energy. I'll teleport them back with Divine Intervention, just because it's cool. Oh god, what's happening? What? This is a problem. If you're in like 8 times speed and then you get attacked and everyone just dies in 3 seconds. Yeah, the game, that's like what I was saying before. I always wanted the game to be relaxing. But another thing that I was really aiming for, I'm gonna have to save these guys. It needs a sound effect. It would have more impact. Oh, I don't... Is this... I think this might be a bug, actually. The wolves didn't stop chasing when I teleported them away. They should stop chasing when they go out of range, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I could easily do that. I could easily... Oh, yeah. Like, just as soon as combat starts, because that's obviously... All of the combatants... get added to a combatants list, and that's how I know when to put the overlay on, like the red border and the arrows that point to any off-screen combat. I could just make that also reset the speed, the game speed. I suppose the only thing is it can only be at the beginning of combat, and that might get a bit weird as well, especially sometimes like combat is ending and restarting quite rapidly when there's sort of a stalemate situation, or something is fleeing and then aggroing again and kind of looping like that. But yeah, you would want like as soon as new combat starts, maybe put a cooldown on it. I don't know. As soon as new combat starts, reset the time scale to 0, and then. Because the player, for whatever reason, might want to increase it again immediately after that. So we don't want it to be constantly resetting to 0 as long as combat is happening. See what I mean? You just break these guys up. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting, like... What was I talking about? I think I was saying something, I don't know. A lot of the miracles turned out to be, like, quite defensive. Because, again, it's not about killing stuff. It's more about survival. And even a component of conservation, because if you do wipe everything out, I mean... It's you and everyone else who suffers, really. We do sort of... If you want to be sustainable, you've got to be sustainable, right? I mean, that's kind of how it is. So yeah, a lot of these sort of... And again, it was just another instance of it writing itself, you know, because I'd get into some combat situation and I'd be like, oh my god, I gotta get like these 5 hunters out of here, and I'm clicking and dragging like a maniac. And I was like, you know what, in situations like this, if I could just boop, 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 and just teleport them all out, that's like a perfect miracle. That'd be so useful right now. So there we go. That's a miracle. That's where Divine Intervention came from. I made another one that shields them, because you might actually want them to stay and fight rather than just teleport, but also you want to protect them, or maybe you want them to... Actually, I don't think it would work on worshippers. No, maybe it does. I have a feeling that if you bubble them with Divine Protection, and they become immune to damage, they also will, like, they won't flee anymore, because they're like, I'm invincible! You know, they'll just continue doing whatever they were doing. We could do a quick test and see. Yeah, see, so he'll turn and fight now, because he's like, I'm indestructible! Yeah, a little, so you can, yeah. So this, smite was obviously the first one, because, I mean, you got to be able to smite things as a god, I suppose. It was a no-brainer. But it's really, it is useful in a pinch from time to time, but yeah, a lot of these other ones just sort of emerged as these naturally useful tools. How many, I forget how many miracles I've got in total now, maybe 18 or something? There's going to be 4 per level and 10 levels, I think. So we're looking at 40 miracles total. So I'm almost halfway. I'm not sure exactly what the rest of them are going to be. One of my favorites is probably Miracle Forest. You can grow a bunch of trees. Mainly because of the particle effect on the cursor. Oh yeah, I'm showing you my particle effects. So yeah. The original idea was no UI. Now I've pivoted to minimal UI because I realized doing no UI is a whole thing. But I was like, yeah, I really want these particle effects on the cursor, you know? So you just at a glance, you know which miracle you've got selected. I love the little rain cloud one as well. It's got little lightning bolts. But oh yeah, Miracle Forest with the swirly leaves. I'm all about those swirly leaves. Some kind of maybe what's happening? What's going on? Oh god, oh Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, I do really need you to be able to set up keybinds eventually, because currently I'm like flipping through pages and trying... What number is it on? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I couldn't really think of a very good particle effect for Miracle Wood. It's just a bunch of falling logs. Very black and white inspired. That was one of my primary inspirations, if you ever seen or played Black and White by Lionhead Studios. I love that game. Oh, Miracle Fountain, yeah. So I made a fountain miracle so you can have a water source, and that became necessary because some of the levels don't actually have drinking water. The input library, no. I've never even heard of that. Sounds like it might be just what I need though. Oh my god. I'm never gonna save this guy. Frick. Should've just grabbed him. I think, hopefully I have... No, I need 500 more power to be able to resurrect him. Whoa. This is crazy. Oh yeah, there's a full-on storm rolling in now, windstorm. Yeah, the tents can be blown down by strong winds. They have like these health bars. Eventually they will get blown down and the carpenters will have to rebuild them. Oh, this sounds really useful. The thought of, like, I would never play on a controller myself, but the thought of having controller support, that's pretty wild. Yeah, for a long time, like the animals would all flee from the humans, right? Any humans. Now I think they only flee specifically from hunters who are actively hunting them. And obviously the wolves and stuff will flee from guards. I don't know if the no, I don't think the yeah, as you can see, the deer are not fleeing from the guards at all. Because what was happening is, like, you would just have hundreds of animals constantly ping-ponging around the map. Like, getting spooked by everything. They were just, it's like, like one of those scared cat videos of the cats like bouncing off the kitchen walls or something. With just like constant panic. So eventually I sort of realized, like, you know what, we're gonna have our Disney princess moment, and the animals are just they're gonna be pretty chill. They can wander right up to you, wander into camp. Unless you're actively trying to shoot them, they're not gonna be too phased. I also think it's nice because it kind of makes me think of a world where we haven't just totally burned our bridges with all of the animals of the world, and they're actually kind of trusting of us. You know, they might shoot and eat one of us occasionally, but those humans are pretty chill. We get along for the most part. Yeah, and the idea with the sphere of influence is because, like, without it, it really trivialized the game, you know? You could just smite all of the wolves instantly and then never have to worry about anything ever again, sort of thing. You can always perform miracles on your tribe, even if they're outside the sphere of influence. And that's what the little flame that appears above their head is. I call it holy fire. Nobody's going to go outside now, are they? But when they do, there's a little flame above their head to kind of indicate that, oh, you can still cast miracles on this guy. And it also had the added bonus of illuminating them at night, so you sort of get spot them in the dark more easily. Where is? Oh no! We're not seeing it right now because I kind of hacked the planet behind the scenes to give myself a massive sphere of influence, but the visuals for the sphere of influence still remain the same size, so it doesn't look like it's but it's probably almost as big as the entire map right now. Oh yeah, I was trying to unlock shrines. Let's see if we can get the final 2 shrines unlocked. And then I'm probably going to go grab something to eat. I'm pretty hungry. Oh yeah, and all of the flames and sparks are affected by the wind speed and stuff. Even the hunter's arrows are affected by the wind speed, I'm pretty sure. Or did I remove that because they were missing too much? I might have removed that, actually. But they do make preemptive shots on moving targets, you know. It's not the most accurate thing in the world, but it sort of simulates it, if you will. So yeah, the plan would be to get these remaining construct types in there, and well, honestly, I think and that would probably be it. I would probably maybe fixing any bugs that really need fixing and anything else I'm not thinking of, and then I would probably start trying to produce some sprites and, you know, sprites, yeah, some art assets. Because it's going to be a lot of work implementing all of the different animal types, and it's going to be that really sort of tedious work that just isn't very fun to do. It's just a lot of busy work. So I think just for my own sanity, I might try messing around with a sprite or something before I do that. So we're really not far off, but in the grand scheme of things, that might actually not be until later this year in the fall. Because whilst I've been enjoying picking it up from time to time and messing around recently, I'm certainly not back to full-time development by any means. And that probably won't be until, like I say, in the fall. Because who the hell has got time for coding in the summer? Not me. I want to be out there, tasting the nature. Nobody set a tent on fire, so it looks like the tents are going to be blown down if there's any more strong winds. Some of these do seem to be on the verge of collapse. Would have been nice to show you. Oh yeah, the water bearers who fetch drinking water, they also act as firefighters if something does set on fire. I really like that because just giving them that extra, that added utility, you know? Although water bearers are absolutely essential anyway, like it's probably the most important resource. Yeah, just really it kind of... So it didn't really make them more viable exactly. It did make them more beneficial, I suppose. And it's just cool. Yeah, it's cool. So they'll fetch water and throw water on the tent if it sets on fire. They can't extinguish other people or themselves. So still up to the player to do that. They just kind of run around like headless chickens. Mainly because it's funny. But we could make them more intelligent. But we're not going to, because it's funny. God, what is that? What even is that? It made this miracle, I think it's invisibility. Okay. Does that work? Did I actually implement that? This is what I'm talking about. I don't even know what half of the things in this game are. That one is Miracle Life. You can create new humans. Costs like 5,000 power to do it, but you can do it. Did we just get another shrine? Whoops. Yeah, so it seems these guys are on their way home. There we go. So yeah, I do have some of these miracles unlocked twice now. Didn't quite realize it was gonna do that actually. Why doesn't it just not add the miracle to your spellbook if you already have it? That's a good question. Let me write that down. Oop, oop. Miracles added to spellbook if already unlocked. Now, it wouldn't ever be a problem because you'll never actually unlock a miracle more than once, because each miracle will only appear in the game once. But I'll probably fix it anyway, because that's just the kind of guy I am. It's the kind of thing that would, just knowing that would annoy me. And in testing scenarios like this, even though I'm the only one who will ever experience it, I would rather it didn't add the miracle. There's something about knowing, like behind the scenes, that is a really robust system. It's not going to add redundant miracles to your spellbook. Yeah, it's just something about when stuff feels solid like that. In this case, it's not a very... It's probably, it's not even really worth the time doing, but a lot of the time, it is actually really good to know stuff is solid. And you've got all your bases covered. Alright, we're gonna get this last shrine unlocked here. Oh god, look, all the tents have blown down. Right, so we'll get to see the carpenters in action, I suppose. We only have one. What can we swap for more carpenters here? We probably have tons of food. Well, I mean, not as much as... They used to just endlessly hunt and forage and just keep piling it up, just stacking it up, you know? And eventually I was like, you know what, once they have a pretty reasonable amount of food, they'd probably chill out. They would probably just take it easy. So that's what they do now. Once they have a good amount of resources, they'll just chill. And a large part of that was because they were hunting everything to extinction. And I was trying to find ways to prevent that. My god, they've got 118 fur in the store. So they have so much fur in the store, they can probably get all this stuff rebuilt pretty damn quick. They have 0 lumber though. Yeah, we need more than one carpenter, that's what I was doing, isn't it? Foragers, fishers, drummers... It's always hard to strike a balance, you know, you feel like you're sacrificing one thing for something else. Well, we'll go down to 3 hunters in this case, I think. A couple of extra carpenters on the go. Are they actually gonna... I'm starting to get concerned that something might be bugged. No, I'm not seeing them, they're not chopping any trees or anything. Kind of hoping they're going to do that. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, the tree stumps. We didn't have tree stumps for a really long time. They make a big difference. You know, obviously it's a minor detail that that sat pretty far down the list of priorities, but you know, like 2.5 years in or whatever it was when I finally added tree stumps to the game, I gotta say I'm a fan. I like them a lot. It's nice to see that, like a little bit of a history almost. You know, there's like evidence of human activity here. You can see this little clearing in the woods with all the tree stumps, and just like they sort of make their mark on the world in a way, you know? There was nothing like that before. No, there'll never be shadows. I did briefly look into lighting and how I could possibly attempt it, but basically I think it's a no-go because of the isometric perspective. Now there may be a way to do it. There's always a way, right? But at this stage, at least, I have no plans on doing lighting and shadows. There is lighting, but it's a very basic form of lighting, and that's probably how it will stay. There we go, they're getting the tents rebuilt. So yeah. Giving me a pretty good demonstration of most of the behaviors that I've got going on here. There we go. I haven't actually been looking at a shrine at the moment that they've unlocked it, but there is a fun little... Oh god! No! Holy shit, what? I don't have the power. I didn't have any... Oh my god. Because I used all my power to resurrect that guy. That was freaking close. Oh man. Yeah, so the wolves, they go out hunting occasionally in hunting parties. Like, kind of like once a week or something like that. And I think those wolves just happened to wander over to us. Wander over to my worshippers. Yeah, so sort of learning the patterns of animal behavior is part of the game as well. Knowing like, oh, the bears are aggressive when they have cubs. The wolves go out hunting, you know, every so many days, and having to kind of keep that stuff in mind, which I'm not doing a very good job of right now, is going to help you survive. So, kind of like rewards. Again, it just writes itself. It really rewards player knowledge, you know. That's not even what I was thinking about when I was implementing all of that behavior. I was just like, well, they're bears, they have to hibernate, right? But yeah, it kind of has that nice effect of you sort of get to learn about the environment and its inhabitants. The tent is totally going to... the store is going to collapse any second now. As the wind speeds get up a bit. So yeah, very chill game. I've tried to make this point like 3 times now. Very chill game, but the other thing is that it's kind of a attention-based game. The skill is in paying attention to what's going on. Kind of slowing down and being observant and keeping an eye on things, right? It's, in a way, it's kind of like RuneScape. Watched a really good documentary on YouTube about RuneScape and how it's really an attention-based game. It's like you can do everything in RuneScape whilst being AFK, essentially, but it'll be a lot slower than if you're at the computer paying attention to it. And it's like the more attention that you pay, the faster you'll progress. So it's an attention-based game. It's a game that rewards attention. And this game's similar. You don't progress faster necessarily by paying attention, but you do survive longer. So, yeah, that's kind of the... And again, it wasn't designed intentionally that way. That's just sort of how it is. It's just kind of how it turned out. But I like that. This whole sort of... It's a game about slowing down and relaxing and paying attention. I'm hoping it's going to be quite a calming sort of experience, with the occasional, you know, moment of action, responding to a tent fire or a wolf attack or perhaps a natural disaster, an extreme weather event from time to time, but generally being a pretty chill experience. There we go. I still forgot to zoom in and show you the particle effect, but alright, we've got all 4 miracles unlocked, so we can go ahead and open the portal now. Portal to the next world. There it is, look at that. That blue oval. So magical. Yeah, shaders is not something I've looked into, and good God, they're intimidating. I probably never will. It scares me. The idea that just trying to draw an outline around a sprite or something is like the most complicated thing I've ever seen. I was like, yeah, I'm probably not going to do shaders. We're not doing shaders. But I would like to make some of these effects a little bit fancier eventually, like a shimmering image of the next world that you're going to go through the portal. Something like that. So they all go... I do have a problem right now, whereas if I save and load whilst they're climbing the stairs, they will fall off the stairs. But it doesn't break anything. But it's a bit weird. And as soon as the last human enters, there we go. We're off to the next level, and it procedurally generates the map and everything. PPFX is a paid asset, but it has like every shader built in that you possibly want. It's relatively easy to use and really powerful UI. PPFX. Okay. I'm learning a lot today. Interesting. Well, it's good to know. I don't really have any money. Just in general, I don't really have any money. But if I ever do, that could be... oh, I love this map. The swamp? Look at these greens, dude. Oh. Absolutely majestic. So yeah, the swamp, as you can see, is a map with no drinking water. Obviously you can't drink swamp water. So it is a map where I will have to use Miracle Shrine, and I better be... it's Miracle Fountain, sorry. And I will have to be quick about it. How much does that cost? I can't remember. Fountain? 2,500 power. So what I would have to do is convert everybody into worshippers temporarily, which might be more challenging than you might imagine, because they're all inside because it's raining and I have no way to get them out. But if I can quickly generate 2,500 power, I can create a fountain. I keep wanting to say shrine, before everybody dies of dehydration. Speaking of which, I could use a drink myself. Alright, well, I'll be right back. Alright, did we all die? Are we all dead? No? Got some coconut water. This is peak hydration right here. Love this stuff. Okay. God, it's so still. I thought the game had frozen for a second. Don't scare me like that. We don't need any more freezing. We've had enough of that for a lifetime. Okay, how are we doing? 1,500 power. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, don't get eaten by bears, dude. Whatever you do. Oh my god. Okay, they repelled the bear. Thank goodness for that. Do we have any healers now, even? We do. I don't know where they are. Where are the healers? They should have showed up to heal. Maybe they did, and I missed it. Yeah, if they're sheltering from rain, they should, you know, they should come out as soon as they're needed for something. And I'm pretty sure they do. I might have just missed it. So yeah, there's weird times where you're incentivized to do strange things like convert everybody to worshippers or something like that. If you have any dead humans at the end of the level, you can't take them with you unless you get them resurrected. So that was always one time where I'd find myself like, oh, I'll just make everyone into worshippers, get the power that I need, and this is kind of a similar one where I suddenly realize I need a fountain. There we go, everyone's like, oh my god, finally! Oh. Even the deer, oh that's crazy, I never thought about that. The animals, I can't believe I didn't think of that. The animals have nowhere to drink. The deer are like, fucking hell, mate. Absolutely parched. Look at them. Oh, that's funny because there isn't in this map, and they drink from the same streams as the humans. Look, the rabbits are coming over the bed. Oh my god. Because the fountain is just a reskinned stream. It's just a single stream tile made to look like a fountain. Yeah, oh my god. So, obviously the animals need some way to drink even in maps without. So what we need to do is we need to have freshwater streams and whatever the other one is, the non-drinkable streams. And I'll probably have to color them specifically for, oh, now there's going to be a bunch of bears attacking us. Like we need like green looking ones for the swamp and bluey purpley looking ones for the marsh, because I have a purple blue marsh. Very Zangarmarsh inspired. Yeah, so we'll have to have streams in these maps that only the animals can use, essentially. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Oh yeah, and their threat levels do change based on how much health they have as well. So an injured creature doesn't have as high of a threat level, which I thought was nice. Wounded creatures will be more likely to run. Kind of realistic. Well, this is absolute madness. And because of that bug, half of the bears are just asleep in camp. Well, I mean, they would be asleep in camp anyway. This is what being in harmony with nature looks like. An entire herd of deer drinking from your kitchen sink. Man, it's crazy. The oversights, you know, the things that you just don't think about. That's funny. I was like, I'm saving so much time by just reskinning the stream and making it into a fountain. Nope. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I guess this one is gonna wind up in the patch notes eventually. I haven't released patch notes in a long time. I have like 5 to 7 pages of patch notes accumulated now. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Animals drinking from fountains. There we go. It's on the list of known bugs. I've never read War Fortress patch notes. I do listen to some of the what are they I can't remember what that you know maybe you know Blind always like reads the updates on his YouTube channel. Some of that stuff can be quite amusing. Right. Well, I might actually look into that next, as opposed because that is something that's an existing feature that's broken, as opposed to adding new features or kind of modifying existing features, really. And I think that takes priority, so I might look into that next. But I'm going to fight the hyperfocus, and I'm actually going to go eat some food. I'm going to resist the urge to neglect my biological needs in favor of programming, and I'm going to eat some food. But then I'll probably be back, and I'll probably fix this. So thanks for watching. It's been a lot of fun hanging out, and I'll catch you in a bit. Peace out. Okay. Fixing streams. Let's fix some streams. First, I'm just going to update the YouTube stream description to say fixing streams. Let's see what we've got here. Where's my frickin'... There it is. Constructs. Nope. Water. So finally, I realized, finally, my naming convention makes sense. Object freshwater is going to become... In fact, it's going to stay exactly what it is, but we're also going to have object swamp water and object marsh water, and that's probably about it. There might need to be a frozen one. Ice water. Okay, swamps have no streams. Marshland has no streams. Oh, the tundra does have it, so it's just those two. Okay, the desert has streams, but they actually get converted into oases in the desert. Generally meaning you have to travel further for water in those levels, in that biome. But it is still there. Okay. Fresh water. Well, I'm not going to use separate objects, or am I? Probably. Oh, damn it. If I'm not going to use separate objects, then my naming convention doesn't make sense after all. I thought we'd finally... oh well. Okay. Is there something in here that kind of determines whether this thing is a fountain or not? Yeah, okay. And then just all we do is swap the sprite currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my... What? Okay. I'm going to take my freshwater object and I'm going to give it a fountain variable. Which equals false by default. But fountains that are created... God, do I have freshwater trackers for the animals? Or I do for the humans. I must do. I'm sure I do. So when we create a fountain, which is just a sprite swapped stream, not only am I going to swap the sprite, I'm also going to say spawned fountain dot fountain, because that's not confusing at all, equals true. So we'll be able to track which ones are fountains, so that specifically the animals can't drink from fountains, and the humans, we're also going to need some sort of other variable here that is like drinkable or fresh. Yeah, fresh equals true by default. And basically, whenever one of these things is created, so might as well just do it in here, I guess. Whenever one of these things gets created, we're going to do if room equals swamp or room equals marsh, fresh equals false, else fresh equals true. There we go. And I'm going to sprite swap them as well, but I need some new sprites for that. I'm going to need to find out what colors I used. So tiles, swamp. I don't even remember what's what. If I look at the regular forest tile. So that is ocean. That is stream. No. One of those is shallow water. One of those is deep water. But I think the stream is supposed to be the same color as the shallow water. So this light green color, that's what we want to recolor our streams to be in the swamp, so that they are, you can clearly tell that they're not drinkable. I don't know, it depends what you're into, but I would not drink that water. Oh yeah, I still haven't made the sprite. Fresh water, Jesus, confusing. What are all these? So at least, okay, thank God, at least my naming convention makes sense in terms of the sprites, even though the object should still be called object stream. This one is going to be swamp water. And then we got marsh. Marsh is one of my favorites as well because it's all purple. The water is the same color. The water is still just blue water. But the ground is a couple of different shades of purple, as you can see. Yeah, once I started getting because I was like, marshland is just going to look the same as a swamp, unless I make it like an extraterrestrial marshland. So yeah, totally went full on Zangamarsh with it. And I really loved that decision. And that was one of the decisions I think that well, it definitely reaffirmed that I want to go in a more fantastical direction with the art style. But I think really the creatures were where I kind of had that realization at first. Like, I don't just want these to be wolves, I want them to be like magical purple wolves with runes in their fur and glowing red eyes was kind of my original thing, right? So this one is just the same as a regular one. But I kind of need to indicate that it's not drinkable. Right? So it can't just be the same color. So maybe the marshland does need another color of water, like what kind of color would that be? What goes well with purple? Well, green goes well with purple. Why don't we just do green again? I just did the swamp water again. I mean, it's good enough for now, right? We can, when we actually get to like art direction stuff later, we can think about it, but all right. So in both of these cases, I'm gonna say sprite index equals sp swamp water. There we go. Right. And then, okay, go to our animal code. Start with the humans. Step nearest stream. Okay, so when we're looking for the nearest stream, currently there is nothing. Begs the question why we're even doing this, just purely for optimization's sake. That doesn't make sense. No idea why we're doing this right now, but I'm glad that we are. So I can say if fresh equals true. So if this is fresh water, that means you can drink it, and thus it will be tracked. And for the animals, we need fountain to equal false, because we don't want the animals to be able to drink from fountains, but we do want them to be able to drink the non-fresh water. That's the plan. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, so the animals, what, the animals don't... Is that because the bears don't drink from streams? No, I'm pretty sure they do, don't they? Drink from stream, yeah, they do. The wolves don't, so that's nice at least. Okay, right. Then what about the foxes? So these guys, they don't even have stream trackers like the humans do, excuse me, so we got to bring the whole thing over. and give them a whole new variable a couple of new variables, I suppose. Water distance. A few new variables. But yeah, we're gonna need to give them the ability to track these streams. Nearest available hut. Nearest occupied hut. Tent. Not sure why I called it a fountain instead of a well. It's a good question. So, they need, I guess I can just grab those from here. Nearest stream and nearest stream temp. And it was like a water distance, I think I called it. Distance. Water distance. I don't know why I still just have one called distance. I'm not sure if that's even used for anything anymore. There we go. So the bear has the variables that it needs, and it now has this freshwater tracker, and it will only track streams that are not fountains, and for the humans they will only track streams that are freshwater. And I just need my other creatures to do that too. Oh, there's more updates, isn't there, that need to be done for this to work. Need to go into the bear state condition script. Drink from stream. Instance exists. Nearest stream, was it? Nearest stream. Target equals nearest stream. And I don't think there's anything we need to worry about in the state itself, but state fresh. No. Drink from stream. No, we're fine. Okay, that's it. So now they'll actually use the instance from the tracker. Only 1 in 4 of the stream tiles are real. Let you in a little secret there. A lot of them are just imitation stream tiles. And again, that's to cut down on the amount of tiles that it needs to scan when determining which one is the nearest one. So that should be the bears just about done. And then we got nearest. Oh, the foxes. Like I say, the wolves don't drink from streams. Wolves, they might, according to my research, they might occasionally drink from a puddle or something, but that's not. They don't do that very much. Generally, they get all of their hydration, all of their fluids from killing things and eating them. From hunting, I should say. Nearest. Don't know why these guys have nearest tent trackers when they will never actually attack a tent. Probably just some leftover code. Water distance. Isn't there supposed to be a temp water distance as well? Am I missing that? Oh, no, you don't have a temp distance, no. Ignore me. Nearest stream. Nearest stream temp. Water distance. I was thinking, why does it say fountain equals true? That's the opposite of what I want. Fountain equals false. There we go. These guys can't drink from fountains. That's just for the humans to drink from. But the humans cannot drink from the streams that do not contain fresh water. Okay, so we just got the deer and the rabbits left to do. And do the deer drink from streams? Yes, yes they do. Oh, I forgot to update the fox state conditions. Drunk. If instance exists, nearest stream target equals nearest stream. current water. Oh, is that an extra variable? No, it's a temporary variable, so I'm fine. Okay. Water check? Is that a variable that I need? Seems like it is. Whoops, okay. Well, I almost got everything I needed. Is it called stream check? Water check? Water check, okay. Yeah, this is why I really need the animal code to be locked in before I start adding new animals. Do not want to have to update things in 1,000 different places. Okay, but that should be everything though. And then I just need to make sure that I add some streams to those to those levels. And I think I need a vape. Swamp. We'll go ahead and go. We'll just do 3. Marsh. What's my maximum streams that I have in a level? That would be the tropical rainforest. I think these are actually in order now. They are. 6 streams. It seems if I go above 6 streams, then the spawn system kind of breaks, because there isn't really enough room to fit everything in the map. It's trying not to place things too close to the streams, and with 7 streams there just isn't really enough room. But okay, if I use the developer menu to start a game in a marshland or in the swamp, we should be able to test this fountain. I'd really like to fix the sphere of influence before I forget, because I will forget. There we go. I guess I could just cheat and give myself 10,000 power or something at the start. That's in, I think that's actually in Objects, Game Tracker. There we go. Marshland. Hello? Oh. There's slight difficulty. Normal is fine. Has it frozen? What's going on? It never usually stops here. Oh great. I appear to have broken the game now. What have I done? Okay, so it just seems to be the marshland that doesn't load, and I would wager a bet that the same is true of the swamp. Oh, I think I would know why. It's probably trying, indeed, it would be trying to create the streams, but for some reason is not able to. Something to do with the different terrain found in these maps, perhaps. Not sure why it would cause it to freeze. Possibly it just can't find enough room to fit all 3 streams in there. Because also the streams can't be too close to existing streams. This is weird. Now it's frozen even earlier. What the hell is wrong with this thing? I think this is just because I'm trying to add streams to these biomes. And it does not like that for some reason. I don't think it has anything to do with the animals. Don't think we've even gotten to the point where we spawn the animals. I think the problem is occurring before they exist. Let's try just reducing that to a single stream and see if it can manage that. I mean, sure, I know that the maps, they don't have as much solid ground, but I would have thought you'd still be able to spawn some streams in there. Oh. Okay, yeah, it was just, the spawn system was getting stuck in an infinite loop trying to spawn all of the streams. Because as you can see, these maps have more of these, like, pockets of water. Ponds and lakes, if you will. I forgot to sprite swap the artificial stream tiles, so we have multicolored streams now. But it does appear to be working. Can we at least get away with 2 streams? Because a single stream for the entire map is not very many. And then I'm literally just gonna add the same sprite swap code to the fake freshwater tiles. Simple as that. Let's go with the swamp for now because the colors will match the stream. Will be the right color. It's gonna look a bit weird with a green stream in the marsh. But green and purple are complementary colors, so it would probably still look pretty good. But it wouldn't really make sense. The green water going into the blue ocean. This tile set would almost work as like toxic waste dump. The toxic slime. Right, so we can get away with a couple of streams. It doesn't seem to be able to handle 3. At least the animals have somewhere to drink now. I'd prefer if they had more places to drink than that. What I can do is modify the spawn system so that streams are allowed to spawn slightly closer together. That's all I can really do. They look pretty good though. Green streams to match the rest of the swamp tiles. Try a marshland as well. I'm still feeling a bit under the weather today. I can't believe I'd been poisoning myself with the goddamn diffuser for weeks, possibly even longer. It's the same reason I stopped using the humidifier. I just can't keep on top of the maintenance. Oh, why are the streams looking like that? Are those not supposed to be swapped? Are my humans going to drink from them? Oh, it's just if you don't clean them regularly enough, then they just develop mold. Or bacteria, technically. And I just can't keep on top of it, you know? It's like, good lord. I've got like 1,000 other things to take care of. And now I have to clean the humidifier every, god, you know, like, constantly for the rest of my life. It's too much, man. It's too much. Swamp or marsh? SP swamp water. Okay. Okay, what's going on? Is it called marshland? What? Marshland. Great. Don't think I even have a map called marsh. Why is that there? Is it like an old one that got deleted? Probably at some point there was a map called marsh. A room, I should say. That's what they're called in GameMaker. Well, there's your problem. There we go. Oh, God, yeah. Duplicate code. There we go. Alright, well, we haven't actually tested the functionality. I really should do that. And then I'll tweak the spawn system so we can have more streams. I've already cheated, so I have all the power that I need. I'm going back to the swamp. I can't face the marshland right now. Also, I like the swamp more, I think probably just because it's green. Green is a great color. I'm biologically programmed to like green because it's the color of life. Wheatland. I mean, it literally sends signals to your brain that everything's going to be okay. It's like, oh, these are green, fertile lands. We shall survive here. Yeah, studies have shown that people even recover faster in hospital if they can see a tree from their window. Just looking at a tree will heal you. God damn it, I need to be in test mode so I can have all the miracles unlocked already. I do still need to like get back there in the crawl space and over there. Check, because this roof is a bit leaky. It's not the most solid roof in the world. So there might be some mold creeping in somewhere that I'm unaware of. Pain in the ass, dude. Fountain. So we have these toxic streams that nobody can drink from. And we have a well. I mean, a fountain. I just want to call it a well now. Originally, it used to be called a well back in like the first version of the game. It was actually a well. Now I'm thinking, a fountain does make more sense, really. It's because the sprite looks like a well, I guess. I haven't made a particle effect for it. That could be a fun little thing, make a little particle effect for that. Throws up some... I already made a little water drop particle that I use on the cursor for the water miracle. We could just alter that so they go upwards and kind of spread around a bit. That'd probably be a pretty nice effect. You can't see it, but the raindrops do actually splash on the ground. They split into 3 single pixel particles and kind of splash. Literally can't see it anywhere. I think it might be because a lot of the rain particles are just going off the bottom of the screen, actually. I need to shorten down their lifespan a bit. I'm not really paying attention. But it seems the animals have been drinking from the stream. Yeah, they seem to be doing that. And have the humans been drinking from the from the fountain? That's the question. And if I was to take the fountain away, would the humans drink from the toxic streams? I would say probably not, but we should probably check. Would be good to see it. What's that noise? I swear I can hear some weird sound. Can you guys hear that? What is that? Seriously, what is that sound? It might just be a hallucination, but I swear I can still hear the obelisk. No. There's no way, dude. But I think my brain was just making it up. Okay, are we drinking? Nobody's drinking from the fountain. Why are you guys not drinking? Oh. No. I'm almost certain I set the variable to true. Wait, let me make a quick save. What the hell is wrong with this thing? If fresh equals true, that's all it needs. So they can drink from streams or fountains. The fountain variable really only exists to prevent the animals from drinking from fountains. Using separate objects would actually be an optimization, simply because it would reduce the amount of scanning the humans need to do. Only in maps where there are no freshwater streams, but it would make a considerable difference in those maps. It's fine. Right now I just need to know why this is not working. Why are they not drinking from the fountain? Okay, probably they were not drinking from the fountain because the store exists. Wait, no, the store would need to be... would need to have water in it, surely. Why are we not checking for that? Oh, probably because of the distance. Yeah, the store actually has to have water in it. No, there's no water in it. I don't believe water bearers can fetch water from the fountain. Which we should actually allow them to do. Wait. No, they should. No, they should, right? I would think so, because again, it's just handled like a stream. Okay, one problem I can foresee is that water bearers will still fetch water from the toxic streams. They have no right? No, because they would still run just based on the same nearest stream check. So no, they wouldn't, because it wouldn't be considered a viable stream. So that's fine. Find it hard to believe that the scan just hadn't caught up yet. There's only 2 streams on the map. That's not that many tiles. Oh, because when it gets created, of course, it sees that it's which map it's on, and then it turns itself into a non-freshwater stream. Because because the same creation code is being executed even when it's created via the miracle. So I think when you use Miracle Fountain, as long as I override it, it should be fine. I'm pretty sure if I just override that variable immediately after creating that object, it should be fine. Just make sure fresh is true. Because I think the create event gets run at the same time, like essentially on this line. And then it can be overwritten by this. Okay. The only thing is, the old save will be wrong. I'd have to create a new fountain. Or I can just load it over again. I mean, generate a new level. I think I'll just oh, that doesn't work. There we go. I'll just load my save and, oh! I'm not saving and loading the sprite. And I'm probably not saving and loading those 2 variables either, am I? Okay, so everything is going to reset to default anyway after loading a save. Okay, so we got to update the save load system. As always, that I always forget. Every time you do anything, that's a slight exaggeration, but a lot of the time you got to update the save load system. There we go, so the fountain's working now. That's beautiful. And we know that they weren't drinking from the streams either, so we know that works, which is nice. Yeah, so we gotta just make sure this stuff saves and loads correctly now. How do I do that? Object. Fresh water. It's been a while since I've done anything with the save load system, so wait. Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay. So I do save and load the sprite index in one other instance there. With the portal, it seems. If there's any others, I've forgotten about them. But we're going to do... First up was fountain. I like to keep things in the same order if I can. And fresh. Make sure we save and load those plus the sprite index. And we should be good to go. Yeah, it's a nice little update there because it really affects the playability. I mean, it was hilarious, but it does kind of break the game. And my main objective right now is to have a solid and playable game, because I feel I need that before I can move on to polishing, to doing the art and stuff. I want the game to be solid, as close to bug-free as possible. It will probably never be truly bug-free, but as close as possible. Okay, let's try saving and loading a fountain. Should we do that? Why not? We're here. I mean, let's make a little particle effect for it. You know? Do I do a... I'll just try loading. Actually, no, because the save that I made is out of date now. Yeah, I think that little bit of animation will really make it pop. Saving. Loading. Yeah. Oh no. Oh my god, I've lost control. There we go. Oh jeez. I was distracted and the hunters got eaten. Yeah, it is no joke. I mean, there are times when you just get wiped out in an instant. Yeah, the game can really just turn on you like that. It can be like nothing's happening for 3 hours and then you just instantly die. Right, it's not quite that bad, but if you get complacent, you know, you've got to sort of stay on your toes a little bit. Yeah, the spreading of fires is something I think I can add, thanks to a good video by Jordan Allen on the Corridor Digital YouTube channel that was released recently, where he was simulating wildfires. That was really useful. It sort of gave me everything I needed to know. Where I was like, oh yeah, okay, I could do it that way. Because right now the trees can catch fire, stuff can catch fire, but it doesn't spread. And in my head I always had it like, oh, it has to be able to spread across the grid and like burn the tiles away, you know, tile swap them for like charred earth. And then that means I have to track how much fuel every tile contains, and it's got to be a big array full of numbers and stuff. And yeah, that's a bit off-putting. But seeing as I already have implemented burning objects, we could just extend that to where they also kind of to where the fire spreads as well. God, they just annihilated those 3 wolves. That was pretty dope. Alright, what am I doing now? I'm just getting distracted by playing the game. Oh yeah. I want to mess around with the spawn system, because I think I want to get at least 3 streams in this map. Probably will be good for the other maps as well. I mean, the more stable the spawn system, the better generally. It's one of the worst things for causing those infinite loops. It feels like a really delicately balanced house of cards right now, where it's it's not like a very solid or robust system. It's literally just I lowered the numbers. I lowered the numbers until everything would spawn without freezing, without getting stuck in an infinite loop. Yeah, I didn't find a solution, so you know, I don't have it set up to where I could spawn as many streams as I want, and they will always spawn. It will always sort of find a way. So it would need to be like somehow you take the number of streams that you want and divide it by the amount of space that you have, and do it that way, which is probably not all that difficult. You could count the number of viable tiles where streams could spawn and use the number. Yeah, you could somehow get a distance out of that. Some sort of a flexible system like that would be really good, right? But it would also be time consuming. If it's not completely necessary, which it's not, it's probably never going to be done. Oh yeah, spawn system. Spawn streams. Okay, so they that is quite, yeah, they can't be within 90 tiles of another stream. I think I'll just put that down to 60. And that's it. God, don't you just love game design? Game design is so easy, man. I might just change this from a 3 to a 5. I'm a game designer. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm not, game design is cool too. I mean, it's just, it's a realm in which things are actually easy. Which game development is not. Game development is never that. Oh, I should actually, actually update the number of streams. Sprites, there, scripts, define rooms. Your game design is different. It's definitely different. I mean, there's like almost so many different levels to it as well, to the design of something. I think one of the most challenging parts in my experience is thinking of all of the edge cases when designing something. And how is it going to behave in this really rare scenario? You know, and thinking of all of that stuff. But honestly, it is really nice to be able to put the designer hat on sometimes, like, once you've built all of the systems, and then you're like, oh, now I just can go full design mode and tweak all of these numbers until it kind of feels right. That's always super nice. Oh man, when you want to do something, you can just go in and change one number. Oh my god. Instead of having to build a whole new system to do a thing. Well, we're in, and we got 3 streams. That's perfect distribution. Yeah, you always need at least 3, I would say. Otherwise, all of the animals clump up in like one corner of the map. Alright, well that's cool. And it will probably have the effect of allowing me to add additional streams to other maps too if I wanted to. If I wanted there to be like 8 streams in the rainforest or something. Oh, well that's cool. What's happening? What's going on? Oh, I just ran the debugger somehow? Okay. Jeez, I gotta grab another drink. I'm getting through this stuff. Okay. Well, yeah, some kind of particle effect for this would be pretty cool. Particles, right. It's been a while since I've done anything with particles. Let's go. Yes, indeed. It's going to exist in a particle system. I can tell you that much. Which one? I'm not sure. Wind speed. Is it going to be... No, I don't think we need it to be affected by the wind. That would be a bit silly. Just spraying water all over everyone. No, let's just make it... Because yeah, it's a miracle. It's whatever. I mean... like a water drop. Okay. Oh, can I just take the same? The problem is the lifespan and stuff might not be quite right. Yeah. I'm gonna make a new particle based on this one. Water spurt. It's still a droplet. Oh god. I think the most logical thing to call it is water drop fountain, which is just a really long name. And okay, I need to make a new particle, I think. Yep, jeez Louise. Water drop. We're gonna have a lot of these in the end, aren't we? Fountain. And we're gonna want to make an emitter for this. Similar to, like, this fire would be the closest one, I guess. Make a... Oh, I think I need to make a new emitter then. EMT... What's going on with these? Why are these all in the weird order? Oh, because these all belong to particle system 5 and these belong to particle system 6. Particle system... Oh, jeez. Well, in this... Oh, my god. No, because we can have multiple fountains. Can we? Can we have multiple fountains? I could just limit it to one. And then we could actually have the correct depth on the particles. It wouldn't be a big deal. Because the humans are... Oh, they'll pass behind them. Yeah, they'll pass behind them. They won't really pass in front of them very often. Or I mean, they will, but it'll be slight. We might as well... I don't know. It's like, would you ever use more than one fountain? Probably not, really. Maybe it should be like the campfire and just be limited to one. It may already be like that, I'm not sure. No, there's nothing to say that you couldn't make multiple fountains. Okay, let's... Alright. It's a bit of a grey area because it is a construct, but it's also a miracle. It's the only one of its type. Yeah, there's not anything else like that. And seeing it as a miracle, I kind of want to do the regular particle system, the same particle system as all the other miracles, which just draws the particles in front of everything, I believe. Is that right? I think so. I think I had to do it that way in the end. But then a construct like the campfire, it has its own depth. Because there's only one of them can exist. So I was able to get the emitter to kind of match it depth-wise. I think I'll probably just keep it consistent with the other miracles, because it is a miracle. That's going to be like P system 6 or something. I think I need to go here to check. I'll look at divine intervention. Where is that? Seriously, where is that? Pieces 3. Okay. So we use particle system 3. But those are like a kind of like a spell effect. This really is a construct. I think I'm going to go the other way, actually. So you can only create one of these. So, well, yeah. If instance does not exist, object. Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah, a fountain is not an object, it's a... so this is where it really bites me in the ass, using a reskinned stream. So the easiest way to track it is with a global variable, because okay, I don't know why, but it is. So when you create one of those things, we just flip a global variable to say that a fountain exists. The simplest way to do it. Okay, why should that be? Well, I guess tracker? Maybe tracker makes sense, actually. Kind of does. That's pretty much what we're doing. We're tracking. I'm going to have to remember to save and load it, as well as the other stuff, but we can do global fountain equals 0, and then is that going to get reset at the start of every new level? I'm assuming so. I forget how all that works, but I'm assuming it would. Actually, I don't know. We would need it to be reset to 0 at the start of every level. Well, I guess we're going to find out. Okay, I'm creating. It's a very messy solution. I'm not a big fan. Yeah, that's all of this for a particle effect. It's starting to get a bit ridiculous. Let's just use particle system 3. Okay. Miracle emitter. That's 6. Why are all the other ones in 6? And what was in 3 again? No, 3 was like the DI particles. Why is it 3? Have I labeled it? Please tell me I've labeled it. What is particle system 3? Nobody knows. Particle system 6 is a portal particle system. Particle system 3, other particles front. Okay, so particle system 3 is just for putting particles in front of everything. Particle system 4 is for putting particles behind everything. Particle system 5 is for UI particles. Okay. So those are for the cursor effects then, I see. Yeah, okay. And now I'm going to create a new emitter in particle system 3. I don't think we have an emitter in that system yet. Emitter 26. Okay, I did something wrong there. 26, particle system 3. Okay, I've already set up the particle, and then okay, so it has very similar. It's the exact same configuration as the campfire particles right now, the fire particles. And the particle itself we're going to need to change completely. Well, the size and stuff is probably fine, but the speed and direction. Direction should basically just be 90. And then we want a direction wiggle? Probably a wiggle. I think wiggle can go either positive or negative, can't it? So that would be what we want. Randomly added or subtracted from the particle's direction per step. Perfect. So we'll try a degree to begin with, and we can mess around with it. Gravity. Yeah. We are indeed going to want some gravity. We want them to go up and fall back down again. The lifespan might be need to be a bit longer than that. Not by much, maybe 30 and 60. And what's the speed? The speed is just set to 1. That might need to be like 2. Okay, alpha 3. So it starts transparent, remains transparent. So it starts at 50% alpha, 0.5 alpha, remains at 0.5 alpha till the middle of its lifespan, and then starts fading out to 0. Hold on a second, I didn't even... wait, I don't think we can use emitters for this. Right. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to just create these particles. Get rid of that emitter. I can't use emitters because there's multiple fountains. They each need to emit their own particles. Oh geez, so that's yeah. It just keeps coming back to haunt me, doesn't it? Each of the freaking water tiles is potentially could emit these particles. Might want to do this in an alarm rather than having 60 particles created per second. It's going to give me more control over it. What's a good place to get some particles from? Tent. Maybe every other frame or something. I think there should still be quite a lot of them. I guess in the controller object miracle fountain, we also want to set spawned fountain dot alarm 0 to 1, I think. So by default it should be disabled, so it should be -1. So they're not all going to be creating these fountains, just the ones that we set when we... they're not all going to be creating these particles, I mean, except for the ones that we set as fountains. I better just check the alignment, but I think that might be the last thing I need to do. So there's some randomness on this. I don't want randomness, but I do need it in the right position. X sprite width divided by 2. Okay, get rid of this. And then Y, it's going to need to be slightly above the middle, I think. Y minus sprite offset plus sprite height divided by 2. Minus 8. Level system 3. Okay. Let's take a look at this thing. Wait, what? I think I forgot to reset the alarm. Wait, make a save there. Okay, so we need to create the particle and then do alarm 0. Where are my square brackets? 0 equals 1. And also, was it this? Would it be the speed, or do I need to lower the gravity? Let's have a look. Probably the speed. There it is. Gravity is only 0.25. I'll put it down to 0.1, see what that looks like. Oh, I don't see any particles there. Why is that? What if I create a new fountain? Is that just something to do with saving and loading? Oh yeah, there it is. The new fountain works. Looking kind of strange. Oh yeah, I realize now there's way too much randomness on the lifespan. It's pretty much going to need to be set. Blend is 0. Doesn't look like it is, so it's just probably because there's way too many particles right now. And I think the speed needs, either the gravity needs to be lower or the speed needs increasing. And I need to remove, no, I need to increase the length of that alarm. So, I'm guessing, I'm wondering what the problem is here exactly. We're not saving and loading the alarm, possibly? Yeah, that's probably what it is. Probably need to save and load alarm 0, or at least set it. That's looking slightly more fountain-like. They aren't really doing the whole fountain thing that I'm looking for. I want them to spread out, you know, and then fall back down around the place. Oh yeah, the problem with these being in front, God, yeah, it does look weird. I really need to, I need to do the whole thing, limit it to one fountain and get the depth correct. If it's limited to one fountain, then we can actually use an emitter as well. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to do it. I can at least try and get them to look a little bit better. Probably by increasing the wiggle slightly. Yeah, the weird thing is I can't. No. It's wait. I don't think it's wiggle that I want at all. I think it's direction. that I want to mess with. Gotta have like maybe like a 5-degree variance or something. That would be a 10-degree variance, 5 on each side. So it's kind of spread out a bit. Oh yeah, that's slightly better. Okay, now they just need the longer lifespan because they're not falling back down. Or, yeah, I'm getting the sort of height that I want there. They look like they're about to kind of start falling down. Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's looking more fountanular. Yeah, it's just weird when the particle... I didn't think it would bother me that much, but it really does. If I wanted more of a solid stream, I could increase the number of particles a bit. It might be too much. Let's see. It's a lot more visible. I do like that. I think I'm okay with that, I guess. Wonder if I should increase the sort of the swing by an extra degree. Or even an extra few degrees. Like, we just put it up to like 11.25. Very, very specific number, but you know. That's not in there, is it? Particles. Oh, geez, 11. Okay, let's make this easy, and we'll go for 12. Okay, I guess that seems good. Yeah, the color is kind of odd. But that's because the particles... Well, you can use custom sprites for them. Otherwise, they have to use, like, set built-in colors, so that is just the aqua color. I could try blue instead of aqua, I guess. Color. Blue. It's quite dark. It's probably too dark. Let's see. They do have some transparency on them, but I think it will be too dark. Oh yeah, it looks really strange. So I feel like they're in additive blend mode. They're obviously not. I mean, it's clearly set to 0. But they do look weird. Okay. Right, so I have to do the whole thing. They're gonna need their own particle system. Oh, jeez, what? Okay, they're gonna need their own particle system, which means we need to make sure we clear up that particle system and everything when we're supposed to. Enable it and disable it at the right times if I have to do that. And they need an emitter, and we need to update that emitter as required. And we also need to I'm not totally sure about that. Do we disable the emitter when we like switch levels or something? I know what we absolutely need to do is reset our fountain tracker. Yeah, okay, well, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff to do. I'll be right back. Okay, particle system 7, I guess. Via obelisk portal. Yeah, I can't set the depth until we create the damn thing. Yeah, I'm realizing that the correct thing to do is definitely to make another object. I don't know why I didn't really. I mean, it's not that much work to do. Okay. How do I do this? I've done this for other stuff. Just as simple as doing it all twice, okay? So, current mountain. Wait, I mean, only one of these will ever actually exist. That's the plan anyway, isn't it? I'm still kind of torn on that. It should probably be one, mainly because it keeps the amount of constructs down so that the camp isn't absolutely flooded with them. That is kind of how it works already. You can only build up to a certain amount depending on like the population size. And some other stuff is like limited to one. The campfire is limited to one. The store is limited to one. The drums, I think you can build an infinite number of drums. I think in the end I decided to just let you build drums. Yeah, things like the creche, well, the creche specifically is limited by the number of women and children, or breeders and children. So you can't just build tons of creches. Creche. You can only build one creche up until you have a certain number of breeders and children. Then you can build more creches to support them. Same with tents. That was an easier example. Tents based on population size. Yeah, this allows me to do that a lot more easily, so. Current fountain, yeah, it's just going to be like this, I guess. Current fountain, object fountain, fountain check. Fountain check? I guess we need a fountain check. Tree check, oh. Miracle tree check, yeah. Okay. What's the check? Number +1. I think I just need an extra else in there. Is it an else if? Or is it just an if? What is it? It's an if. Okay. Okay, so we can save and load our fountain objects. And the humans can search for them. The animals no longer need to... Oh, god damn it. That's actually a good thing in terms of optimization, but I can just put the animals back to how they used to work. Great. I think I can use... what's it called? Source tree? I think I can use source tree to revert those. But I did actually change some other stuff in a couple of them. We're just going to do it manually, I think. Nearest stream, we no longer need that. Water distance and water check. And we no longer need to do any of this. The animals can drink from any stream. No need to, and fountains are now separate objects, so no need to figure it out. Hey, thanks so much for the raid, Grogdev. Hope you had a great stream. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. What am I doing right now? Well, we were trying to make a new particle effect for the fountain, and it turned into a whole thing, let me tell you. So we're going through that right now. Glad to hear it. What were you up to today? I think we're all good in terms of that stuff. Right, so I better update the miracle itself, otherwise we're not going to be able to create fountains in the first place. Oh, nice. Good stuff. And I can add the new condition now. Instance does not exist. Object fountain. Beautiful. Nice and simple. So we're limiting it to one fountain. And yeah, we no longer want to do this. We want to, my God. Okay. Plus cell size divided by 2. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. That's just for aligning it to the grid or something. Object fountain. That may change. I may need to adjust that. Well, fountain, fresh, alarm. Don't need to do any of that now. None of that. But we do need in the create event here to track alarm 0 equals 1. That's just the alarm we're using to create particles. And it needs to be enabled, of course. Right, so we are creating the fountain. The humans can track and thus find the fountain. We are saving and loading the fountain. Now we need to make the particle system for the fountain. Let's see. Okay. Well, might as well just do it like that. I mean, this is never gonna. It's never gonna exist at the start of a level. But it's whatever. What if it did? What if it did? We should handle for it, right? In fact, well, what this would do. Is that true? Is that true? Am I lying? Maybe it would work when you load a save, which would be pretty handy. Maybe that is how it works. I don't know how half of my own game works, but maybe that's how it works. Mountain depth, I don't think that needs to be set earlier. And then, yeah, God knows why, but I think I had to store the depth in a variable to then use in the part system depth function, or it didn't actually work properly. I don't think I could just put raw numbers in here for some reason. And this is particle system 7. Now a new particle system, and no doubt there's a whole bunch of stuff that I need to do. Any key, what is this? I might even have a script. That would be smart. I have a feeling I made a script at some point. Let's see, script. Particle cleanup. Okay. Wasn't I up to like particle system 26? Am I no, these are emitters. 20. How many emitters do I have? I might have neglected to update this script at some point, because we're up to 25 emitters now. It's going to be 26 with this one, isn't it? Particle system. Gonna need a new emitter in particle system 7. Okay, I think I must have forgotten to update this script at some point. Where is it? So 24 and 25 and 26. Those the right systems. 5 and 5. And then 26 is going to be in 7. And if particle system 7 exists, then clear particle system 7. Alright, I think we're good. Hopefully I'm using that script everywhere where I need to clear the particle systems. That's going to make life easy, isn't it? Right. Okay, so we're kind of doing that, and now I need to set the emitter position. Interesting. So let's have a look at an example of this in the form of campfire. Okay, so if you're in build mode campfire and you place a campfire down, maybe it's actually done in the create event of the campfire object. Yeah. That's okay, so that's I like that, that's nice. We're gonna go over to our fountain, which, you know, honestly I think I'm gonna move to the constructs folder. In my mind, it's a construct. It may be conjured via miraculous means, but it's still a construct at the end of the day. And it doesn't have 3 emitters like the greedy campfire with its 3 emitters. particle system 7 gets set to depth, and particle emitter in system 7 emitter 26 gets set to be x minus x offset plus width divided by 2. It's fine. Oh my god. Oh yeah, because it's it's a region. It's like you're drawing like a square or a rectangle. X minus, but we just want it to be a single point, so we set those to be the same. Y minus y offset plus height divided by 2 minus 8. Yeah, that's actually already correct, but I think I do need that bracket. Okay, and this one minus 8 as well. And ellipse Gaussian. Gaussian distribution where more particles are generated in the center rather than the edges. Yeah, it's a single pixel anyway, but yeah, that makes sense. An ellipse with the what other shapes are there? Diamond, ellipse, line, rectangle. Line? Line feels like the one that would make the most sense for a single point, but I don't think it would make any difference which one we used. Alright, and that's it. So when we create the fountain now, we define the emitter region and the depth of the particle system. So now we just need to make that, we need to tell that emitter what it needs to do. In fact, I don't think... oh, thank you for the follow, really appreciate that. Give me a second to navigate to my dashboard over here. It's 8 bits a byte. Thanks 8 bits a byte for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Followers are going absolutely crazy today. Really appreciate it, guys. Came in with the raid. Beautiful stuff. Lurking while working. I feel you. Alright. So. Where are we at? What are we doing? Okay, I think I did create the emitter, didn't I? Because I made a 26. Nope. Okay, let's create the particle emitter. And we've already created our particle. Now we need to... God knows what we need to do now. We need to set up the emitter so that it emits correctly. Yeah. I think I'm gonna put that along with the... What am I even looking at right now, dude? Okay, I've gone way too far. I'm going to put that along with the other constructs there. That makes the most sense in my mind. Particle emitter, particle emitter 26. Water drop fountain. Particle system 7. Too many particle systems, man. It's getting ridiculous. Emitter 26. P water drop fountain. One of those. Emitter interval. Well, it's like that's 10 a second. Every 10th of a second. What's the other time source unit I can use? Time source units Frames. Oh, frames as distinct from steps? That's a bit weird. I don't want it to be tied to my frame rate. Okay, I guess we're going to stick with seconds, but I discovered something about yeah, I'm making like a water fountain particle effect for one of the constructs right now. For a water fountain construct, believe it or not. I did discover at one point that with particles, particle emitter intervals, if you go too low, the game actually freaks out and it's unable to update the blend mode before drawing other sprites, and so it draws them with the additive blend mode. Just a weird GameMaker fact for you there. I've discovered quite a few of those things. Yeah, it was weird. It was like half the screen was all flickering and crazy. I didn't know what was going on. But I think, I forget what it was, but I think we're safe to go down to 0.1. Which is going to give us, no, that's probably a bit extreme. Well, let's keep it at, oh, I'm using a 0.1 for the campfire, the flames up there, so we're probably, yeah, we're fine at 0.1. We'll try that. Emitter enabled false by default, so we've got to also enable the emitter when we create the object. Do I have a nice little simple... You see, the thing with the campfire is the emitter is not enabled until they put fuel on the fire. It's not in the create event, so... but I'm sure if I look hard enough, I can... yeah, I just take that, don't I? What am I talking about? It's not like there's a separate function for disabling and enabling. So we go ahead and drop that in the create event as well. True. Particle system 726. True. Okay. Great. So what's going to happen now is when the particles object is created, we're going to create a new particle system. We're going to create a new particle emitter and a new particle. And then when we create the fountain object, we're going to set the depth of that system, the region of the emitter, and we're going to enable the emitter. Now, if I'm trusting my past self has done everything correctly, but I think my past self has made it so that that emitter will be disabled, and that particle system will be cleared when we, say, change level, or quit, or possibly even pause the game, anything like that. Actually, why would it be disabled when we pause the game? No, we don't do that. But we do those other things. And we can save and load these new fountain objects, so that's great. We can only create one of them, and the humans are able to use them because they can track them. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, as long as I've done everything right. Have I defined the variable? Water check. Yeah, fountain check. It runs on the same water distance and all that. So I think we might be good to go. Let's find out. No, okay, we're getting an error. Argument 2, invalid reference to particle emitter request 14, max is 0. Object particles create line 1176. Particle emitter stream, pieces 7, EMT 26, global P water drop fountain 1. Argument 2. Global EMT 26. So our emitter doesn't exist. Is that what it thinks? I bet I'm creating it in the wrong particle system or something. T26. Particles, there we go. Particle system 7. Yeah, this always happens when you copy paste things, doesn't it? Alright. At least it was nothing major. Okay, here we go. It's absolutely pissing it down. We are in a swamp after all. Okay, let's try it. Here we go. Creating a fountain. Whoa! Would you look at that? We're being attacked by wolves. But we have a fountain. Nothing can bring us down. Okay, maybe being mauled by a bear might just bring us down a little bit. Because, yeah. That's pretty brutal. Okay. What a chaotic start. My god. Is there anything to... Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that particle effect. It's not too shabby. Why is the depth still messed up though? Is that just me, or is the particle still appearing in front of the human there? We are getting absolutely annihilated this time around, my god. Yeah. We went through all of that trouble. It was still worth it. We went through all of that trouble, and the particles are still appearing in front of the humans. I believe I know why. If I had to hazard a guess, it's that the depth is being set to, like, I don't know, how would it work? So the human's depth is based on their their y coordinate, which is like just kind of slightly above the bottom of the sprite, sort of in the middle of where their feet would be. So that's the human is considered to be at that. No, I can't really see it being a problem. We're gonna have to look at this. No, that doesn't seem like it should be an issue. The y offset. Y minus y offset plus height divided by 2 minus 8. No, that's the position. The depth. Why is the depth not correct? The depth. Because the... because I don't set the depth until afterwards. There we go. Alright, you gotta get your order of operations correct. That's what you gotta do. Alright, well, that didn't take as long as expected. I kind of thought I was going to be here for several hours, but we got there in relatively good time. Yeah, the fountain is really nice, and giving it this particle effect, it really, like, it's sort of like the visual matches the sort of epicness. What's the word I'm looking for? of the miracle itself, because it's a pretty, it's, you know, it costs 2,500 power and it gives you a water source. It's a pretty powerful miracle. And when it was just kind of just a well sprite before, none of the sprites are final, obviously, it's all just placeholders, but what I'm trying to say is that giving it that particle effect just really enhanced it, and it looks as cool as it functions, if that makes sense, I would say. It's something pretty fancy, you know? A tribe to have its own God-given fountain, that's pretty fancy. And now it has the particle effects to reflect that, so I'm pretty happy with that. Now, and it will work with the water bearers, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, they will indeed be fetching water from it and depositing it into the store just as they would with a stream. And that also means that if a tent were to set on fire, if a tent were to catch fire, they would also, should they need to, fetch water from the fountain and use it to extinguish the fire. There we go. Okay, and what I was trying to say like 3 hours ago is that the reason that the fountain got added to the game is because some of the maps don't have drinking water in them, and you had no way to survive in those levels. So it was done out of necessity. That's how most things find their way into the game, is out of necessity. I keep developing up until the point where we absolutely must have it, and then it goes in. And having levels with no drinking water in them necessitated the implementation of the fountain. And a cool miracle it is. There are some levels that don't have trees in them, that's where Miracle Forest came from, and Miracle Firewood, because you can't get firewood without trees. So there's a whole sort of little resource management game as well in certain levels where you don't have access to certain resources, or you have limited access to certain resources. And also there is a miracle that allows you to conjure fur. Bit of an odd one, but the reason I wanted to include that is so that you can be a pacifist if you choose to do so. You can beat the game without killing anything. And we needed a miracle to provide fur in order to allow you to do that. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to build the tents. Which I think ultimately... Well, you know what? I'm not even sure if... No, you probably do. Even now, you probably do. To be honest with you. I've thought about that, and I still haven't tried it, but it's something I think about. What would the speed run look like? Can I just make all worshippers and just Zerg rush the end of the game? You know? What is the purpose of the game? Jeez. What a question. Well, the purpose of the game for me was to see if I could make a life simulation. But the objective of the game, yeah, is, currently is just to survive to the end, yes. But I'm thinking of adding multiple endings, just a good ending and a bad ending. And the ending that you get will be decided by how well you conserve the wildlife and the natural environment. So, not causing anything to go extinct and not burning the forests to the ground and stuff. And I was thinking, you know, the good ending would be like reaching paradise, and the bad ending would be like some sort of hell world. But I haven't done any of that stuff yet. So currently, yes, the objective is just survive as long as possible. And you could, you know, there's progression in the form of unlocking new miracles and advancing through the levels. That's about it. That's kind of the only progression right now. And it's probably going to stay that way pretty much. Obviously, there is the progression within each level of building up your camp again from scratch. You don't get to take it with you into the next level. I'm running in test mode right now, that's why everything's pre-built. But normally, you know, you have to spend some time building all the tents and everything. But yeah, I do wonder what the speedrun would look like. I dare say we could be at a point where I can find out. I could try speedrunning it. I think what would happen is you would need some sort of strange build, right? A little bit. Yeah, it doesn't really have... you see, the crafting survival elements are something I've been thinking about, and I've decided not to do them. There's going to be no crafting and no research, no tech trees, none of that stuff. Originally, I was thinking I wanted some crafting as a way to get the player to sort of settle down for longer. Like, okay, you need to establish camp so that you can spend time researching these things and craft this new gear and stuff. But I don't think I'm going to do it now. And the reason is that it's a GodSIM game. It's about being a god. And crafting and survival, that's very human stuff, right? It doesn't really fit the theme of being a god. So our focus here is on performing miracles and granting gifts to the tribe and other godly stuff. So I'm trying to keep it... I'm trying to keep the focus on that, so we have like so that everything's sort of within the theme and the power fantasy of the player, if you will. And that's why the humans have free will as well. That's why they're autonomous for the most part. Is because, you know, they're living their lives, and you're a god. It's very... the boundary there is very separate. They have free will, they get to live their human lives, and you get to focus on being a god. But another reason that I wanted to get the crafting survival mechanics in there was because they're popular. And that sort of stuck in my head. I was like, oh, crafting survival games are really big on Steam. And so I was like, yeah, I mean, we have the survival element, just not the crafting. So we've got half of it. We've got half of that. But yeah, in RimWorld, I believe you can give like direct orders to the colonists, and you can't do that here. The only time that you can do that is you can tell your worshippers to go and unlock shrines, and you can open the portal to the next level and tell everyone to go through the portal. But for the most part, the humans do their own thing. You don't actually control them, you don't command them. It's not like a real-time strategy sort of game where you're giving orders. In that regard, I'd say it's closer to something like Black and White. That was the primary inspiration for the game. And I'm not sure. I know there have been some recent GodSIM games, but I haven't played them actually. So I'm not really sure what it's closest to. Plus it was also scope creep, definitely scope creep. I was going to add like what, research and tons of different items that you can research. There wasn't really going to be any crafting even so, because I don't want to deal with all the resource management and the crafting and stuff. So it was more going to be like oh, thanks, I appreciate that. That's kind of the vibe I was going for. Can't read your name there. Aaron1206. Yeah, so it's pretty chill, with the occasional, moment of action and intrigue thrown in there for good measure. But it's supposed to be a relaxing experience, and like I was saying before, it's supposed to be about sort of slowing down and paying attention, A lot of watching. You do a lot of watching. You just kind of watch them, and then when something happens, you intervene as necessary. Perform a miracle here, or perform a miracle there. Just make sure everything is going well, and then of course you sort of micromanage the tribe as well, by reassigning gifts and assigning gifts as necessary, to sort of help them fend for themselves. Grinding on the website portfolio. Nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd say go for it. If you think you'd enjoy it, you probably will. I gotta say, it can be very rewarding at times. It can also be incredibly frustrating at times, but it all kind of balances out in the end. But I mean, if you're like me and you love learning new things and problem solving, it's got a lot of that. That's the most addictive thing, is learning something new that you can apply to your project. That is just straight dopamine. Yes, indeed. Alright, well. What's going on? Who knows?
Toasty!
Oh my goodness. Aaron1206, thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. Welcome to the squad, fam. Yeah, I'm very happy with my fountain and how it functions and how it looks. Pretty pleased with that overall. So really what I'm not back to full-time development. I'm just sort of dabbling a little off the back of about a 3-month break because I was burned out big time. But I've started getting back into it, and I'm not coming back full-time just yet because summer's right around the corner, and I want to get outside and touch some grass, you know. I'm not going to be locked inside coding all summer, that's for sure. But probably in the fall again is when I'm going to be hitting it hard. I'm going to try and get things wrapped up here on the coding side. Not fully, like I was saying earlier. I don't think I'm going to do all the different creature types. But I want to get most of the way there. I want to get all of the constructs done. So we've got 2 new construct types to add. It's made in GameMaker Studio 2. The GML, GameMaker language. Really what I want to do is break the existing shrines down into 3 separate constructs, because they serve 3 purposes right now. They unlock the portal, they unlock new miracles, and they expand the sphere of influence, which is this blue ring that you see here. And I'm going to separate that out, so we'll have portal stones, we'll have shrines, and we'll have expansion stones, and they can all be unlocked separately. And I think that's going to help fill the world with more kind of interesting stuff, because each one of those will be like a unique sort of building type, I suppose. And it kind of, I feel like it kind of needs that. The game needs a little bit of that sort of mystery. That mystery of like discovering ancient ruins and the secrets they hold, sort of thing. I kind of like that. The idea of that. We need more of that. So that's the idea with the constructs, and then there's going to be a lot of creatures to add, all of the unique creatures for each biome. But my creatures are going to be based on 6 major archetypes, which I was discussing earlier. So once I have the major archetypes done, everything will just be a variant of those. It will be a reskin with different stats and attributes. So it should be fairly easy. Should be fairly straightforward once I get those done. So that's really it for the most part. Like I say, possibly the good and bad ending idea. That's going to want to go in there. But I'm thinking the creatures and the whole multiple endings won't really happen until after I've at least attempted to do the art. That's kind of where I'm headed next. I want to sort of fix all of the major bugs, get it really stable, probably do the thing with the constructs, and then I'm going to try learning a sprite or something and see if I can make some sprites for this thing. I'm sure it's going to be a lot to learn, but I think it could also be a rewarding process. So yeah, that's the plan as of right now. And long term, I probably just want to see where I'm at in about 2 years and decide where I'm going to go from there. Originally, what I was thinking was that I needed to start approaching publishers for a publishing deal around this point, but I've kind of had a bit of a change of heart on that. I'm going to attempt some of the artwork myself. And like I said, we'll see where I'm at a little bit further down the line. But everything seems to be working perfectly. So I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, not everything. There's a few bugs. There's a few bugs, but I think those are gonna have to wait for next time. Because I am just about done for today. Yep, I am gonna have to throw something in the oven because I am hungry. Nice shot. Okay, I guess I'll save my game there. I don't know why we have so many guards. This was just the randomized gift distribution that I got when I started in test mode. Yeah, I think what it does is, I think it might assign one of each. Possibly a couple of hunters, I can't remember if I did that. I think it just assigns one of each gift and then randomizes the rest of them, so sometimes you get completely non-viable builds. Sometimes you get 7 guards. I'd say this is a fairly viable build, it's just kind of odd to have that many. Alright, well, one thing I want to do before I forget, I do need to uncheat the power level. Because right now you start with 10,000 power instead of 0. Where is that? Scripts, no, objects, game tracker. There we go, start with 0 power. That's it, that's right. And if you do want to play an early build, in fact this very build, because I'll publish it right now, you can become a Ko-fi member, and that's that really helps me out. That helps me keep going and keep developing the game. So I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and increase the version number. Version 0.5.2.5. Wow. We're flying. We are soaring. No, I don't have an itch page. I like how you say projects, plural, as if I have multiple projects. This is the project. No, I just have a Ko-fi page. Links for all that are down below, along with the Discord and YouTube and stuff. I tried making a devlog series. I got 1 episode done, and then I spent 2 years coding. I have thought about making another devlog recently, but it would be like an hour long, and it would cover a lot of stuff because a lot has changed. The first devlog, the game was still 2D, not isometric. We hadn't even made the jump to isometry yet. Yeah. My God, yeah, it would be at least an hour long. There's a lot of stuff. Like I say, I have almost 7 pages of patch notes now or something. I haven't released patch notes in a while, but I intend to do so before too long. Probably when we hit like version 0.5.3 or something. That's probably going to be a pretty major milestone. I was supposed to release the patch notes on the last major milestone. That's why they've accumulated, but here we are. Anyway. Alright. I'm going to go... Actually, I'm just going to throw something in the oven. And I might jump over to Trench Broom for a bit whilst I wait for my dinner to cook. My tea, I should say. Dinner has been and gone. Alright, I'll be right back. Right, a little 20-minute time. Oh, my phone's on charge. Okay. 20 minutes for the sweet potato to cook, and then I'll throw some chicken in the oven. Right, let me put this build out. Yeah, I do need to figure out what's going on with the bears. Maybe we could take a quick look at that. We have that weird bug where they keep waking up and falling back asleep instantly. It's like some sort of hyper narcoleptic freaks. Let's see. State sleep. Action timer. God, I don't even see anything here. Season is not summer, so yeah. Daytime greater than or equal to 160. Let's check the conditions. Bare conditions. State sleep. What? What is it? Daytime greater than or equal to 120. Less than 160. Spring or autumn. In winter they will be hibernating, so spring or autumn. Summer like this, else it's like this. 230. Wait a minute. What does this say? If season is spring or autumn and the day timer is... Oh, I think did I get these the wrong way around or something? So this says if it's not summer. No, that's right. If it's not summer, that is weird. Why would I write it like that? So it's like this if it's not summer, else it's like this. So that is correct, yeah. And the only other thing I could imagine it being is the combat interrupt, essentially. Return to idle when in range of the nearest threat. But they don't appear to be, do they? We could try something like that. And see if they think the nearest threat is in range when it's happening. You just gotta look out for it happening. If they don't have cubs, I'm not sure they're even going to track the nearest threat. I suppose they would. They would. Do any of these have cubs? Not seeing any cubs. Why are there no cubs? Is there a chance for there to be no cubs? Well, maybe there is. But I'm pretty sure it was on this save that we saw it happening, right? Oh, yeah, that guy is definitely tracking the nearest threat there. Funnily enough, it's not the nearest one, though. Explain that. I sure can't. Shining their laser pointers at this carpenter. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. So it's happening with this one who is in range of the nearest threat. So I believe for some reason that's waking him up, but then he's like, oh, I can just go back to sleep. Nothing going on. Okay, so... Oh, and it stops happening now when they walk out of range. Okay, so we've diagnosed the problem. Let's see here. Well, we just don't want to... Wait a minute. No, we can't do that. So they would have to, because it's counting all kinds of things as threats that don't seem to be threats. It would have to be provoked, no? I believe it would have, the bear itself would have to be provoked. Is that it? Because nobody's going to attack an unprovoked bear. The wolves and the hunters may occasionally hunt for bears if they're in large enough hunting parties. But that's kind of different. We don't really mind if they get the drop on them in that scenario when they're asleep. But in terms of combat, the bear isn't even going to fight anybody unless they themselves are provoked, in which case they would attack any human or wolf or anything that got near them. Well, not necessarily attack it, but at least be returned to idle by this interrupt code. So I think the solution here is that they just need to be provoked. You can see I had that in there at one stage. Now there might be something I'm overlooking or not thinking of, some reason as to why we can't just do that. But as far as I can see right now, I think that is the way to go. So that bear would be sleeping there and the human would wander past and they wouldn't wake up because they're not provoked. Yeah. Simple as that, really. I'm not even sure about this one, to be honest with you. The return to idle when startled. I'm not sure if they need that at all, really. Well, maybe only if provoked. Because they may need to flee from something? Not really. What is startled again? Startled is if they hear a hunter shoot an arrow within a certain range. If they can hear it, you know, they will be spooked by that. But bears wouldn't flee in that scenario anyway. No, that's not true. They might. But they would have to be provoked. I think the same is true for this. I think we just also need to perform the same check. Okay, well, there we go. I'm glad I got to the bottom of that one, because that bug has been around for a while. Just kind of hanging in there. But I think we may have finally solved it. I'll just load my save again. One of these bears will probably fall asleep nearby. I can just pick a human up and put them next to a sleeping bear even. That'd be an easy test. Okay, our bears are asleep. Let's drop a worshipper next to this one. There we go, and they remain asleep. Isn't that great? Oh, that's really nice. Really good stuff. Because that was like a very noticeable bug that had been bugging me for a while. Oh, that is just phenomenal. Very pleased with that one. We can cross that one off the list. Where is that? Bears state looping whilst asleep. Not anymore, they're not. Boom. Fixed. Animals drinking from fountains. Fixed. Miracles are being added to spellbook if already unlocked. Not fixed. It's not super high priority though. It's something that can only happen in like developer test mode, you know. It's not something you'll ever encounter in the actual game. I say that, but I'm pretty sure I'm like 99%. Unless it does, you know, there could always be something, but I'm pretty goddamn sure. Oh yeah, that was an awful bug that we found the other day, and I will need to look into that. You can drown the humans by like dropping them in the ocean, and I picked up a drowning human and put them back on land, but somehow they still died, and they were like just stood there. They didn't look like they were dead. They didn't. The sprite didn't update, but they were dead. They were in the death state and had 0 hit points, but they were just standing there like a zombie. And then when I picked them up again, I was like, what's wrong with this guy? I picked him up again, dropped him in the ocean, and he disappeared. But then I could no longer pick anything else up anymore after that. Yeah. So that's pretty game breaking if that happens. It's very rare. It's the first time it's happened ever. But then again, I don't save a lot of drowning humans. We could do the black and white reference. You know, if you've ever played black and white, at the beginning of that game, you have to save a drowning child from shark-infested waters. And that's how the game starts. Like you're called into existence by the parents who are praying for someone to save their child. And you pick them out of the water and save them. We could start the game in the exact same way, or incorporate that mechanic. There's also a quest a bit later on where it's like a bunch of drowning fishermen. You have to save them. We could, you know, we could do some stuff like that. That's something I have thought about, is quests. Yeah. Rather than it just being a sandbox, actually having some, just sprinkling in a few quests. Maybe randomizing them so it's still procedural. Not sure about that. We could do set quests on each level, and they're always the same. Maybe they're in a different place, but they're always the same quest. Or we could have sort of difficulty tiers of quests, and depending on the level, we pick from 1 of 5 easy quests, or medium quests, or hard quests, something like that. But quests have been something I've got to say I haven't thought about it in a while, but it's been on the table for a while. That idea has been floating around for a bit, because I've kind of had that thought of like, the sandbox alone is not really enough. It sort of needs that extra layer of something on top. Another way to go about it might be the natural disasters. Rather than quests, you could have just more sort of disasters to respond to. It's possible that something like a tornado could pick up the humans and throw them into the ocean, and you have to rescue them, right? So that would be a different way of achieving the same thing without the need for a quest. And I kind of want to, when I think about it, I want to go more in that procedural direction that quests just don't really support. You know, they're scripted, but I'd rather lean into the emergent gameplay, because that's where we differ from something like Black and White. Sure, that is a GodSIM game, but its focuses are very different. The humans do have, you know, some basic autonomy in that game, but I don't think it's quite as in depth. In fact, I know it's not quite as in depth as this game. But they focus on other things. For example, they have quests. They have a nemesis in the game, a big boss that you're trying to defeat throughout the whole thing. Similar to RimWorld's events. Okay, I don't know because I still haven't played it. But it vaguely rings a bell. Okay, events. Yeah, I've been thinking recently I should play some other colony sims as research. So, and I know Stardeus is the same. I got to go put the chicken in the oven. Stardeus has like kind of like semi-procedural quests or something. Yeah, yeah. I still because I don't just want it to be like this scripted event where it throws a bunch of humans in the ocean and it's like, oh, they're drowning. It's like, how did they get there? Outside of that one time, they'll never fall in the ocean again. You know what I mean? It's weird. Okay, I had a couple of thoughts. First thought was, what if the fishers had a small chance to fall in the water whilst fishing? And then I thought, what if all humans just have a small chance to fall in the water whilst near to the coast? Or like whilst on the edge of the map. And so it could be a sort of a procedural random occurrence that will happen occasionally, mostly to fishers because they spend a lot of time on the coast fishing. No surprises there. Yeah, that's primarily how they would learn. They just learn to swim. Yeah, they would just swim back to shore. That's we're only experiencing this for a very brief window of evolution, and it happens to be before the time at which they learn to swim. Yeah. It's like how they can't extinguish themselves when they're on fire as well. It's just funny to have them run around like headless chickens. And in the same way, having them drown occasionally is also funny. The only reason that I implemented drowning is because it's funny to be able to drown the humans. Bad weather makes them get lost. That would be more difficult to do. Actually, it's not that hard, is it? I mean, under certain weather conditions, have a chance for them to wander off to some random waypoint instead of going back to camp or whatever. A little bit complicated if you want to tie it into lots of different behaviors. That is true. Interesting idea though, because it would potentially lead to them dying of exposure or whatever, like freezing to death. Whilst they're out there, which there's very little risk of right now. They would almost always, unless they got attacked by animals or something on the way back, they would almost always and almost certainly make it back to camp and get warm either inside the tent or around the fire. Yeah, it's running out of firewood that poses the major threat there, or not having any tents built. Yeah. Oh, jeez. When it gets cold, they do light a fire inside of the tent, but it doesn't consume any firewood. I wonder if that should also consume your resources. But it's like, you could do it as simple as like, okay, whenever they light a fire inside the tent, just subtract one firewood, and they can't do it if they don't have any. But if you wanted to maintain the same level of realism as with the campfire, you would need the carpenters or somebody to go and retrieve the firewood from the store and supply it to the tents. And how should that be done? Should they always just try to keep all of the tents supplied with one firewood ready for when it's needed? Probably. Because it would be a little bit hectic if it was like, oh, we need firewood now in the middle of a storm. You've got to go out and bring it to the tent. You probably wouldn't do that. But yeah, mainly I just don't want to have to touch the carpenter code again, because it is the most complex code in the entire project, and I just don't want to mess with it really. So adding new carpenter behaviors I'm not really down for that. I'm trying to, kind of finalize the human code to where I can just leave it alone and move on. Yeah, it's sounding a lot like scope creep to me, But I'm also aware that it kind of deviates from the norm. And if you have those tents built, it sort of trivializes dealing with the cold weather. Actually, if you have a tent, you essentially have free firewood. The only limiting factor is, do you have enough tents for everyone? So as long as you have enough tents for everyone, basically nobody can freeze to death. Yeah. And for that reason, I think that would be the main justification. Oh, yeah, the campfire has a certain range, and the closer you get to it, the more warmth you get. They will huddle around the campfire for warmth. I forget what the prioritization looks like. I think basically if the campfire is lit, they will prefer to go and huddle around the campfire rather than going inside a tent. But I could be wrong. I think that's how it works, and I mainly did that for the visuals of it, of seeing them all huddling around the fire when they get cold, versus just disappearing inside of a tent, which is what they do when it rains. So I thought it was nice to kind of differentiate the two and have more varied behavior. I honestly think we would need the carpenters to essentially supply the tents with firewood. This is how it should be done. You know what the problem with that is? Oh boy. That's a lot of work, actually. Because right now, the only thing that needs supplying with firewood is the campfire, and one carpenter will be assigned to do that whenever it's needed. That's so that the other remaining carpenters can continue doing something else at the same time. They kind of allocate tasks between them because it's way more efficient. The problem before was that everybody would stop doing what they were doing and start gathering firewood or withdrawing firewood whenever the campfire went out. And obviously only one of them needs to do that. The rest of them can continue felling trees or whatever they're doing. Whatever it is they're doing. And so we would need a similar thing, but you can have multiple tents. So we actually, ideally, we would want to be able to assign multiple carpenters. You know, if you had 7 tents and 7 firewood in the store and 7 carpenters, if they each went to a tent, that would be the most efficient way to do that. But that is a lot of work. It's not just as simple as, like, oh, supply these tents with firewood, you know? If we actually want it to work efficiently and be in keeping with their existing behavior, that is a lot of work. The simplest implementation, as we were saying before, simplest implementation first, is that whenever they light a fire inside of a tent, it just magically consumes a firewood from the store somehow. But then it's like, well, why do they need to put firewood on the campfire normally? Why can't it just magically put the firewood on there? It does it inside the tents. So I don't like the inconsistency there, which is why I say it would need to be the carpenters who are responsible for fueling fires. I think if I was going to do it, I would just make it so that only one of them is allocated at a time. So even if there's multiple tents that need firewood, only one of them would be assigned to supply them with that firewood. That's oh jeez. To be honest with you, the only reason that I really wanted them to light fires inside of the tents was for the smoke effect, so that you could tell the tent was occupied at a glance. But then again, that smoke effect only exists when it's cold enough for them to light a fire. It's not just whenever they're in there, so even that is inconsistent. Yeah, the simple option that makes everything make sense again is to take away the tents inside fires, and you have it so that tents shelter them from the elements. Essentially, tents shelter them from the elements. I don't know. I was going to say that a different way, but then I forgot. So yeah. That would be the easiest way to make the game rules consistent and make sense. Would be just to remove the fires from the tents. So the only way to get warm, well, no, you can still warm up in a tent, but it will be much more slowly, which makes the campfire preference make a lot more sense as well. Yeah, you can warm up at the body's natural rate of warming, heating inside of tents, because you're just sheltered from the elements. You're kind of insulated from them. Is that the word? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The tent just negates the ambient temperature and its effects on the human's internal temperature, which is what it does already, I believe. Plus, on top of that, it provides warmth in the same way the campfire does. Yeah, which we can just remove. We can just remove that, and we can remove the smoke effect. And it's problem solved, and we don't have to do the insane update to the Carpenter code. That's like the best way that I can think of doing it. It's a shame because it looks cool when you have the smoke coming out of the campfire, coming out of the tents. But you would still have the smoke from the campfire, and in a way it would make it more special because it's the only smoke. Well, that's not true. There is smoke when the tent's set on fire. you can still have a tent fire in that regard. But yeah, I think that's what I would do. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's quite a big change. That's quite a significant change to the gameplay. Yeah. So I'd have to look through the human behavior and stuff, but oh, I've got 6 minutes here. I want to just refresh myself on, the human's sort of warming behavior and everything. Well, I think it might already be that they will choose to warm up inside of a tent unless there's a campfire burning, basically. And that's exactly what we would want. And we would possibly even want the addition of, we want them to leave the tent. If they're warming up inside of a tent and somebody lights the campfire, they should leave the tent and go to the campfire because they'll get warmer faster. So that would probably be the additional thing that would need to be done. Moose condition. Moose. What am I even looking for? I'm looking for state conditions. There it is. If it's nighttime, they'll favor a hut because they would sleep in a hut anyway. Is that completely redundant? Quite possibly. Is this stuff you're telling me this stuff is higher priority than sleeping? Because if it's not, that's pretty much redundant. As long as I knock them out of that state at nighttime, I guess. Well, would we even want to do that? Maybe they could still just get warm by the fire and then go to bed? It's all combat stuff. That's going to be higher priority than sleeping. Okay, so yeah, getting warm or cooling down is higher priority than sleeping, which kind of makes sense because your life is in immediate danger. Right, okay. But even so, this, with the changes that we're going to make, this wouldn't make sense. So I don't have time to do this right now. So I'll start writing stuff down. Okay, yes, let's empty. Night is true. And there are no huts. Interesting. So I think what it's saying right now is during the day they will go to the campfire and at night they will go to a hut. I think we're just going to say go to the campfire regardless of everything, as long as it's lit. If it's not lit, then they would just default to sleeping at night. But what we want is if the campfire has no fuel, we want them to go into the tent as long as there is one. Right. We probably kind of have that, something like that already. So this is just handled by state prioritization right now. So don't warm up inside unless campfire has no fuel. That's pretty much it, right? And remove fires from tents. That means both the particle effects and the actual warming effect of the fire. Right. So, oh yeah, and then the other thing was, oh my god, the other thing was leave tents when warming inside if campfire has fuel, because you know you can get warmer faster by the fire than you can inside of a tent. pretty sure, I mean, it could be super freaking cold out there. I don't know. There might be some rare scenarios where it's actually better to stay inside, but I'm doubtful of that. I'm doubtful of that. Anyway, I gotta go grab something to eat. My food is ready. I thank you for joining me. I will be back in just a little bit. Peace out. Okay, it's my favorite time of the day when I get to eat chocolate. Here we go. Man, this stuff is good. All right, let's do this. This is actually redundant. Hey, Mr. Moist, welcome back. How's it going? Glad to hear it. I'm just recovering from a little sickness. Otherwise, okay. Yeah. It's been pretty constant lately. Okay, I think I was worried this code was outdated, but it's fine, I think. Okay, right. So they will only go inside the tent for warmth if the campfire has no fuel. Or if it doesn't exist, I suppose. And if they're on their way to the tent or inside of the tent and the campfire receives fuel, they will stop what they're doing / leave the tent and go to the campfire instead. Where is this? Oh. Confusing. Okay, that's all fine. And then sleeping, sheltering. That's probably it. State asleep. See, there is no HTN on that. They will prioritize. Basically, if they've started traveling to the tent to go to sleep, getting too cold or getting hungry will not stop them getting thirsty, that kind of thing. I think we'll keep it that way. So basically the changes will just be, here we go. Oh. So I think I'm essentially just going to delete this entirely because it appears the other stuff is elsewhere. Let's have a look. I think what it is, you know, there's some code somewhere that kind of affects their body temperature based on the ambient temperature, and it probably just doesn't do that when they're inside. Weather effect. Inside is false, right? So whenever you're inside, you're not affected by the weather, essentially. Right, and then on top of that, this is increasing your temperature, similar to the campfire, and we're just not going to do that because we're not going to have fires in the tents anymore. Oh, right, because that's if it starts snowing. Yeah. They don't shelter from snow. They only shelter from rain. I think that's the only two, right? Basically, if you're sleeping or if you're sheltering. If I just do a search for this line, I can find any other references, any other instances of that. Oh, okay, we have another one here. This is in warming. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, get rid of that one. That's, oh. Minding, right. Okay, yeah, because we also have fires in the creche. And this one is labor. I suppose being in labor is another reason that you can be inside a tent. That is all of them, okay. And now we go to our tents, which are called huts, because that's what they used to be. And we just remove the smoke effect, basically, which is on alarm 0. I guess I'm just going to be getting rid of alarm 0. There's probably something somewhere that sets that alarm when the temperature gets below a certain alarm 0 equals -1 and global temp is less than or equal to 10 degrees. All right. So if I just remove this code and delete alarm 0, we're not going to have any smoke anymore. God knows what the other alarms do. Can't even remember. What is that? I think that might be for the smoke when the tent catches fire. Yeah, that's okay. That's all that stuff, and then that's for the lighting effect. It would appear. All right, so that's all just stuff for when the tent catches on fire. And then the other one is the crash. Oh. There we go. We no longer have fires in tents. So, why were we doing that again? Because the resource management, like the resource consumption didn't make sense. You were somehow lighting fires in the tents without using firewood, which doesn't make sense. And if we wanted to use firewood to really do it right, it would have taken a lot of work. And so, yeah, they will always choose to huddle around the fire for warmth now, unless there is no fire or the fire is not lit. But it's pretty lit, let's be honest. Alright, well, I don't know. Why? I feel like something's missing. Am I missing something? What is there some... Why was I doing that? Something doesn't feel right. Yeah, done all of that, I believe. Should definitely be checking that exists. Okay. Why does it feel so anticlimactic? Was there something else that I was doing? Was this like... feels like I had to do this so that I could then do something else. Is that right? Or was it just this? I think it was just this, wasn't it? Boom. Anyway, it's done. I guess I'll update the patch notes. Oh. Well, now tents have no way of catching on fire. That's not true. The player can set them on fire. That would be about the only thing. They could be struck by lightning. That can set them on fire. So tent fires are going to be extremely rare now. It's still possible for them to happen. But there used to just be a chance, you know, whilst there was a fire going inside one of the tents, there would always just be a small chance that it catches on fire. That's no longer going to happen, and therefore I can actually remove all of that code. We don't need to be rolling those dice anymore, do we? So that's how they behave if they are on fire. Catch fire. So SC catch fire. Seems that is just the script that determines whether a tent is going to catch fire or not. And I'm rolling a D10,000. That's... Imagine a D10,000. Imagine showing up to the weekly D&D sesh with a D10,000. Right. So I guess I'm just not gonna run this script anymore. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So I hadn't considered that when I was doing it, but I still think it's the right choice. What I would suggest is that we come up with other ways for the tents to be set on fire. One of those ways that I'm pretty excited about is volcanoes. Yeah. Volcanoes were an idea that I had pretty early on in development. I was like, that would be dope. Actually, it was planned to be the second level of the game would have an active volcano in it. Not sure how it's gonna work now or where the volcanoes are gonna show up now, but they can certainly be a way for tents to get set on fire. Yeah. Yeah, so we were talking before about the whole good ending, bad ending thing and having a possible sort of hell world for the bad ending. That could be just full of volcanoes, you know. I mean, it's basically supposed to be impossible to survive the bad ending. It's just such a terrible place that you just won't survive. There could be an interesting challenge there. Like, see how long you can survive the bad ending. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be basically a completely inhospitable place, I would say. Lakes of fire and sort of demonic creatures and all that sort of thing. But I think what we could probably do is like just stick a volcano on the tropical island or something. We could just pick a level where the volcano seems like it would be good and just put it in there. Just have a volcano in one of the levels. I'd like to think of some other ways that the tents could catch fire too, because we can't just have a volcano in every level. That would be too much. That's really something that should only appear once, I think, in one, two at most levels, you know. Like we could have several of them in the bad ending level, that's fine. But in the regular levels, I think only one of them should have a volcano, really. So it would be nice. I mean, I have had this thought, seeing as I'm making the creatures kind of more fantastical, sort of more like fantasy creatures as opposed to real world creatures. We could easily have some sort of a fire breathing creature or something like that, right? Probably that would be quite good, you know, because it adds variety to the creatures as well. Currently, all of the creatures just attack by sort of biting and clawing. But if we had something that could set you on fire, that would be different. The idea of taming the creatures would be cool as well, but I don't know if that will ever make it into the game. It is a cool idea. You know, people have suggested it before, and I was never totally stoked on it, to be honest with you, but now I kind of am. Just right then it clicked. Something I was just like, yeah, that would be cool, actually, because of this whole idea of like living in harmony with nature and trying to maintain the balance and everything. You know, being a friend to the animals and possibly taming some wolves or something sort of really fits with that whole idea. I couldn't really see it before, I guess, but now I can. But yeah, like again, it sounds a lot like scope creep to me. So who knows if that will ever make it into the game. Right. So, did I do the crash as well? I think I did both of them, right? Oh, I don't think I did either of them. I just sat here rambling away. Catch fire. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So there we go. All right. So they do still need all of their you know, their on fire behavior because they can still be set on fire. Yeah, and the whole fire spreading update, something I may go for. I'm probably never gonna do the whole like fire creeping across the tiles, but fire being able to jump from one object to another, that's something I may implement at some point. Certainly would make the game a lot more interesting if the fires could spread. It's something I thought about with the humans when I was initially implementing it as well. Like if one human runs into another, should they set them on fire as well? Currently we don't do that because it would probably be completely insane. But fires jumping from one tent to another, or from a tree to another tree, or a tree to a tent, or a tree to a bush, or you know, something like that. Maybe. Yeah. So a simple thing that I can do is we have all of these invisible fishing spots all the way around the map. That's how we these little objects called fishing spots. That's how we do the fishing along the coastlines. And I could just do something like simple, like a range check. When you're within a certain distance of the nearest fishing spot, that means you're obviously on the coast. And we could just do a check to see if you fall in the water. You know, a small chance to fall in, basically. I would definitely have to alert the player to this because you're often not paying attention to your fishers. It would be a very rare event as well, so. It seems like a pretty cool idea though, because currently it's like you can drown the humans by picking them up and dropping them in the ocean, but the humans can never just drown on their own. It's only if you actively decide to drown them. So a way of kind of incorporating that and making it an actual sort of tying it into the gameplay in some sort of a meaningful way would be nice, because it's sort of, you know, what's the, how it's like it makes all of that work that I did implementing the ability for the humans to drown, it makes it more something. It makes it more useful, maybe is the word. Because originally I just did it as a joke, because I just had one of those days where I was like, you know what, I'm not going to do anything useful today, I'm just going to make it so you can drown the humans, because it's funny. But actually tying it in, and we are looking for, it seems a bit ridiculous, though, the fact that they, you know, just fall in the ocean and start drowning. That's pretty hard to do. Sure, if you're swimming out there and the tide changes or something, you know, I can see that. But just like walking along the beach one day and next thing you know, you're drowning. That's pretty hard to do, unless there's a tidal wave or something, which could be a thing, maybe. Because I do feel like the natural disasters might make a return. That was a planned sort of feature for a long time, and then I basically cut it because of scope creep. But yeah, we might sort of, I can really see how the game would benefit from the occasional natural disaster, just something, you know, something for you to have to respond to and deal with as the player, just to mix it up a little bit. We could get biblical with it as well. We talking of ways that the tents could catch fire. We could do like firestorms or something crazy like that. There's nothing to say we couldn't just have it start raining fire. Pretty wild, but we could do it. Yeah, that would be a bit crazy. Honestly, I don't think it really fits. The only place that might fit is in the Hell realm, and that's like a tiny percentage of the game. Really, I want these to be natural disasters that can take place in any and all levels. We get the maximum utility out of them. Something that you can't do is pick up and throw the humans and throw objects around like that. And that would be a challenge for sure. But if I wanted to do like tornadoes that pick up items and throw them, that would almost be like a prerequisite. Because it would be the same sort of thing. Like if I can get it to where the player can pick stuff up and throw it, then we can probably easily do a tornado that picks things up and throws them around. Yeah, tornado, earthquake, tidal wave, these kind of things. Updating the fire so it actually spreads and then it kind of becomes more like a wildfire. That would give us 4 sort of natural disasters. Welcome back, Brent. Yeah, you just woke up. Well, I hope you have a great day. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be going too much longer here, but we've got some good stuff done today, and we're just kind of speculating about where we might go from here. I'm certainly not going to be diving into natural disasters anytime soon, I don't think. We just made quite a thanks, dude. We just made quite an interesting change to the gameplay there, where I sort of realized that, you know, because they would light fires inside of the tents if it gets below a certain temperature, but it wouldn't consume firewood. And it's just inconsistent. I don't like inconsistencies in the game rules because it makes things unclear. It's like, well, how come I can light a fire inside the tent without needing firewood, but I need firewood for the campfire? That doesn't make any sense. You know, and then I realized if we wanted to use if we wanted to use firewood for the fires in the tents, that is really complicated, because then we have to deal with, like, who's going to retrieve the firewood, and they've got to supply the tents, and blah, blah, blah. And even the most basic implementation of that is quite complicated, actually. It's a fairly large update to the carpenter's behavior. So I was like, you know what? You know how we can deal with this problem? We can just not have fires in the tents. There we go. We cut the fires in the tents. And what that did was we used to have a small chance for the tents to catch on fire whenever there was a fire lit in the tents. We don't do that anymore. Obviously, there's no fire in the tent anymore. The only way tents can catch fire now is if they're struck by lightning, or if the player sets them on fire. And we were talking about active volcanoes as a possible other way. We don't have volcanoes in the game yet, but that's a possible. It's been an idea. It's floating around for a long time, since like the really early days, and I think it would be cool. They're almost certainly. I'd say there's a higher chance of me implementing volcanoes than any of the other natural disasters, because they're just too cool. You sort of gotta have volcanoes, you know. Even if it only shows up in like one level or something, you sort of gotta have it. But it will be pretty low priority. It will be quite far down the to-do list for that reason mainly. Oh god, there's so much. There's always so much to think about, right? Yeah, because the volcanoes would only show up in very few of the levels, I can't really justify putting a lot of time into it until I'm quite close to completion. There's definitely going to be a lot of other stuff that takes priority over the volcanoes, but I think they will be cool, and they will probably find their way into the game eventually. What was I talking about? Jesus Christ, going down the rabbit hole. We removed the fires from the tents, right. That was what I was trying to say. So now they will always choose to huddle around the campfire unless there is no campfire or the campfire doesn't have any fuel. Then they will go inside the tent, but obviously they don't get any additional warmth from a fire. That simply protects them from the elements and allows them to heat up at their body's natural rate of temperature stabilization. The body temperature is always trying to be regulated to 37 degrees, and then the ambient temperature affects that, and things like rain affects that as well. You get colder faster if you're wet, etc., etc. So that sort of fixed that inconsistency in the game rules, like you say, and I'm happy with that. But it's just got me thinking about these tent fires, and how are we going to set these tents on fire? Yeah. But we're not going to be doing any of that anytime soon. I'm just got me thinking about it, really. Another thing we were thinking about is the drowning mechanic, because you can drown the humans, but the humans will never drown unless you drown them as the player. So I was thinking, what if they had a chance to just like fall in the ocean when they're on the coast or something? And then I thought, that's ridiculous. It's almost impossible to fall in the ocean. I just have a Google Doc. Yeah, I have a Google Doc with a massive list of bugs to fix and things to do. But I mean, I'm getting through them. It's a shorter list than it was, I can tell you that. There's constantly new stuff being added to it, which doesn't help, but it is going down. Thanks, dude. Yeah, we're getting there. We're over halfway. I have a good feeling about that. I'd say the version number does pretty accurately reflect the progress towards version 1.0. We're on, what is it now? 0.5.2.5? That's pretty accurate. I'd say we're around that 50% mark. As long as I'm careful with the scope creep. I'm doing my best. So we're not going to do that, because it's almost impossible to just fall in the ocean and drown. You've got to be trying pretty fucking hard to do that. So we're probably not going to do that. But it would be nice to have some other way to make this drowning mechanic like another sort of emergency that the player has to respond to. And the one I was thinking was tornadoes. What if tornadoes pick people up and throw them, and they can get thrown into the ocean? But then, yeah, tornadoes, it hinges on me being able to add this like throwing. The player should be able to pick things up and throw them. That would be the first step, just to get that nailed down. And yeah, stuff just, that was never the plan from the beginning. So stuff is not built like that. There is no physics, you know. Everything is like snapped to a grid and really locked in. So I'm not even sure how that would work exactly. Because like if you pick up a tree and throw it, you would expect it to like fall over and kind of bounce around and stuff. That means physics. And in an isometric perspective, that's almost impossible, as far as I can see. It definitely does, yeah. And to implement physics in the isometric perspective, I just wouldn't even know where to begin. That sounds insane. You know, like a side scroller or something, I can imagine it, but I don't even know how I would do it for this game. So that's the thing with tornadoes and that sort of thing. It's probably never going to happen. It's probably destined for the cutting room floor, as they say. Or never even to be made to begin with. Not that it will be made and then cut. It's, what do they say? It's destined for the annals of obscurity. Something like that. No, that's a real brain teaser, is that one. You'd need to be some sort of a god. A GameMaker god. Yeah, so I don't quite know how we're going to fit this whole drowning thing in, if we are even going to get it in there at all. I suppose it could make more sense with the fishers, in that you have a chance every time they catch a fish. So it's almost like what if they catch a fish that's so big that it drags them into the ocean? You know? That makes more sense. It's still ridiculous, but I could ask ChatGPT. Well, we could run it by ChatGPT, but I don't think I'm going to. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Getting hiked into the ocean by a large fish seems more plausible than just falling in the ocean and drowning. That's pretty hard to do. No boats. No boats. Because, well, there were never planned to be any boats, but one of the limiting factors is the room size. Although now you mention it. I'm thinking of solutions. Each island is basically the maximum size of a room in GameMaker. So there isn't, space for ocean. So you'd have to like load into a different room and then connect the rooms in such a way that there could be multiple islands, though, and it would be quite interesting. I think the only issue is you'd have to have loading screens between the rooms and deal with all of that. But no, there's never been plans for any vehicles of any kind, and there probably never will be. So where does that leave us, I suppose? Well, possibly implementing this whole fishers getting dragged into the ocean by giant sea monsters, and the player has to fish them out again, no pun intended. And then there's probably just a handful of bugs that still need fixing, and then there's the constructs, of course. Make the monolith deactivatable. That's a note that I have here. And then, yeah, honestly, portal stones, expansion stones, that's not even on my list yet. We're getting pretty close to where I can start polishing the turd. I can start doing graphics and maybe even music and sound. Actually, I heard a band, I think they're called Ouija, like Ouija board. Just a duo. I think they're a couple, this guy and this girl. They're absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you know, taste is subjective at the end of the day, right? But I love this stuff. It's like sirens. Oh my god. Sirens. You could do something like that where it's like just a siren's call, and the fishes just start wandering into the ocean. Oh, but I found these guys really inspirational, and I was like, that is it. That is like exactly the type of music that I want for the soundtrack. In fact, if I could hire them to do the soundtrack, I would, because it's like, they're amazing. It's like this one guy who plays like the flute and like shamanic drum and stuff, and then the woman who's like, she's like singing, but it's not words. It's like all these crazy vocalizations and animal noises and stuff. Oh, it was amazing. Amazing. Really, honestly, I got emotional listening to it. I got quite emotional listening to them. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta listen to them again. It was really cool. So we could yeah, that's possible. That's possible. Something like that. Fairly easy to implement. I have to make sure I'm getting the name right. Maybe if I just check back, because they were it was a COSM full moon ceremony, and they often have different artists come and perform. Maybe if I find that video. It was a really good one. It was the last one. The most recent one. No, it seemed the description seems more generic. They don't seem to specifically mention the guests that were there. Maybe there's something in the comments. No, someone else did mention how good the music was, but think they said they were called Ouija. I'll try just searching something like that. How do you even spell that? Oh, I got it. Ouija music. Yeah, it might not even be the name. They're a duo. Let me just skip to the introduction. Here we go.
You're coming tonight means you're temple builders. This is helping. This is the way it all goes. It's the way it's been going for years. So
Oh, yeah,
thank
absolutely.
You. Thank you. Thank you.
Every full moon, we're one step closer to, creating the finished temple. So anyway, now we're going to introduce musical performance by
Uyanga.
I'm going to say
is
it
here
wrong.
tonight.
Uyanga. Okay. I was close, kind of. Uyanga. How do you spell that? Uyanga. Maybe this is them? Oh, yeah. I found that's definitely her. I found their official YouTube channel. I believe this is it. But also I recommend that performance from the GodSIM ceremony. Where am I? I've lost chat. I've got so many freaking windows. There we go. There's a link to their YouTube channel. Alright, Brent, I hope I caught you there too. Oh, right, cool. Yeah. Hope you have a great day, and I hope you enjoy some of their music too. I'll be diving in myself at some point. Also, I just, about 3 hours ago, I think it was, Carter McLean uploaded a, catch you later, Brent, uploaded a new Charlie Hunter Carter McLean duo. So I'll definitely be listening to that one the next time I get on the bus. I freaking love those guys, and I haven't seen them play together in a good few years now, so it's good to know they've gotten back together recently. They're a great duo when they do get together. Carter McLean, excellent drummer. Charlie Hunter, phenomenal 7-string player. Basically plays bass and the guitar at the same time. Really amazing stuff. Alright, so yeah, let me just keep going through my list. Add lighting effects, make clouds bigger. Check all referenced instances exist in state condition scripts. Geez, I mean, I hope I'm doing that. Is saving / loading infantile creatures set up correctly? I believe so. I don't think I've had any issues with that. Make the monolith deactivatable. Yeah, because that's just like, you might not necessarily want your worshippers to be worshipping at all times. And the only way to stop them right now is to convert them into something else other than worshippers. So just having the option to toggle the monolith on and off would be nice. Screen shake, yeah, that's definitely polish. But adding some screen shake to a few miracles. Make bears wander away from each other. It doesn't seem super important. Reset animal action timers on interrupt. Am I not doing that? Okay. What happens whilst you save and load whilst bears are hibernating? I think we tested that. I'm pretty sure that works. Is the day-night cycle working? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been working. Wolf hunting parties based on availability of prey. No. Yes? No? Maybe I don't know. The way things are set up right now, that's not necessary. Allow rain to put out burning creatures? What, does it not do that right now? I know, oh, maybe not. I know the rain can extinguish, right, that's what I was saying, yeah. It's perfect. I mean, it's like shamanic, sort of spiritual kind of stuff. It's the good stuff. I really enjoy it a lot. I love that kind of thing. Okay. So I'm guessing that rain, humans cannot be extinguished by rain. No, because the humans don't have an extinguishment tracker. That's what it is. They will just burn until they die. The constructs, so only the tents, have extinguishment trackers because that's used when the water bearers put them out, or if you try and put them out with miracle water. Yeah. I mean, I'm not super concerned about that, but I suppose it may be a good idea eventually to allow humans and animals to be extinguished by rain as well. Implement a way to, that is pretty important actually. Implement a way to get the occupants to leave, to get the occupants of a tent to leave. Because sometimes you need to get them out of there. You want to like do something, convert somebody from a hunter into a guard or whatever you want to do. But you can't actually get to them when they're in the tents. Detail tiles, fatigue. We still don't have fatigue in the game, so there's absolutely no consequence to not sleeping. Partially implemented? I thought it was most of the way there with that. Determine why streams are overlapping. Are they? Okay. Well, that seems like some ancient stuff. I'm pretty sure it works. Something to do with the repositioning script. Repositioning if they don't have line of sight. think that works. Pathing script that uses coordinates. Oh my god, yeah. I'll probably never do that. It would be an optimization really, because the less objects you have, the better. And right now, I use waypoint objects for pathing instead of just using like coordinates. We could just use room coordinates. Yeah, it would be like a cleaner way of doing it. I think I've done that actually. Miracle Forest. It used to spawn all of the trees at once, which would cause a lag spike. I think I made it so it spawns one per step. And it still causes a lag spike. Not sure why. Didn't think it would be that bad, but yeah, trying to spawn like 30 trees does seem to slow things down a bit. Even if I don't spawn them all in a single step. I think I could use a vape. Oh, okay. Kind of a log and mushroom code to not use collision checks. Wow, yeah, we're still using collision checks for those. That's just when we're spawning. Maybe even respawning, actually. Yeah, that's when we're spawning and respawning logs and mushrooms. I still use collision checks. And you should always use point distance when you can, because it's a lot more efficient than using collisions. Store the number of instances. What? Why on earth would you do that? Who knows? I think it might be a small optimization to store the number of instances in a variable and update it when instances are created and destroyed, instead of looking up the number of instances with instance number every single time. I think that's basically just, it's slightly more performant to do it that way. But again, that doesn't sound like something I'm ever going to do. Apply smart incrementation to campfire nearby humans tracker. Yeah, I guess that might make sense. It's like instead of checking all of the humans every single step, doing like one per step, so it takes half a second to check 30 humans, for example. It's going to be more efficient, more performant. Use sprites instead of draw rectangle. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I use draw rectangle for some of the UI elements, and apparently it's more efficient to use just a 1 pixel sprite and then scale it to the size you want it to be. That's more efficient than using draw rectangle, so not that I seem to notice like any difference in frame rate when I'm drawing rectangles. Well, I haven't really looked, to be honest, but it's not like I've been having issues. So again, it's just a minor optimization. Oops. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's super high priority here. Really, it's portal stones and expansion stones. And then I should look at the bugs. probably that miracle hand bug might be the worst thing right now, and that's very rarely going to be encountered, or at least I don't think it's going to be encountered very often. Oh yeah, that's probably the most pressing bug, is the wolves getting added to the combatants list when attacking other wolves. They're only supposed to be added to that list when attacking humans, because that's the list we use to determine whether we should show the combat overlay. And it's, yeah, if wolves are just attacking other wolves, off on the other side of the map somewhere, you don't really need to know about that. None of the humans are in danger. But I did take a look at this, and I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out why it was happening. Where would this be? Combatants list. Where is that? It's probably in the state conditions script. Combatants, there we go. So if, attack unless outnumbered. Oh, but don't I have like a target thing? If target is, what is this? If target is a human, store, crash, or hut, and you're not on the combatants list, add yourself to the combatants list. So the question there is, how are you getting added to the combatants list even when you're targeting something that is not one of these things? It's a damn good question. Be damned if I know. Well, yeah. Beats me, man. A simpler way to do this might just be a target does not equal target.object index does not equal object predator, because that is the parent object of all of the different predators. So we know if they're not targeting a predator, they're gonna be targeting one of these things. But even as it's written right now, I can't explain why it's happening. There's something to do with how I'm using these brackets. I just basically says if it's this or this or this or this and you're not on this list. So no, I can't really see how it would be happening. Yeah, that's a weird one. That's probably the most pressing bug, because it is confusing when it happens. If one bug that just says weird flickering bush. Yeah, that does. I haven't seen that happen in a while. Or maybe it just magically got fixed somehow. Sometimes, I mean, obviously something to do with the transparency script, which turns things transparent when the humans walk behind them, so you can still see them. And it would like be flickering. It would keep like going transparent. And then back again. Yeah, that was a weird worshiper bug that I had the other day, but I wasn't able to replicate it or figure out what was going on there. I think basically if I can fix that wolf bug and then implement the new constructs, then I'm ready to move on to the art. So we're pretty close. We're pretty close. But I don't think I'm going to do any more today. I think I'm going to chill out for a bit. I will release this version for Ko-fi members, so if you do want to play it, just become a Ko-fi member and you'll be able to download it. It's pretty solid. It's as good as it's ever been. It's better than it's ever been, you could say. It still has its issues, but it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I've realized through this process, it's a miracle that games ever get released. I mean, just the thought of getting something into a completely bug-free and releasable state is like, it's pretty mind-blowing. Easy going, never mind, just do it. Easy going, never mind, just do it. You know, I watched, whilst I was on break before, I watched a little documentary about Into the Well. Not Into the Well, Animal Well. The documentary was called Into the Well. And it was a documentary about Animal Well. And I might have to play that game at some point. It looks really cool. I'm not a huge platformer guy, to be honest with you. I'm not big on like the side, like this the side view sort of games. I have a hard time getting my head around those. But it does look really cool. Yeah, I remember I tried Noita. Is that how you say it? I tried that one and I refunded it. I Steam refunded it. It's really cool, but I would never play it. I can't. It's so awkward. It's like when I tried to play Terraria. I find those side view games, they're so awkward. I can't really, just can't really grasp them, you know? Alright, well there we go. The latest build, version 0.5.2.5, is now available. Pretty happy with that. We're really close to something. To me being able to pivot to art, I suppose. I guess I'm going to have to drop the 20 schmucks on a sprite or something. I mean, I could just try making sprites in GameMaker, but I think it would probably be beneficial to have a dedicated piece of software like a sprite. And it's going to be a lot to learn, I have no doubt. And it's going to be a lot of work. But I think it's going to be fun. Because I'm sort of feeling this this shift, sort of almost like a left brain, right brain shift, if you will, where I've wanted to move away from the sort of logic heavy, math heavy coding side of things and move into the more sort of feely, intuitive, kind of artsy side of things. So yeah, I think it could be fun. Also, it's just nice to get to a point where you can start polishing, right? I mean, it's been almost 3 years of development. And I've, yeah, sure, here and there I've added particle effects and made little icons for things and stuff. I've done a little tiny bit, but for the most part I've just tried to really stay on task with just getting the damn thing functional, you know? Because that's the main thing. Who knows, I might even consider an early access release. If you release early access on Steam, that is your launch. You know, that's it. You gotta basically just take that as your launch. It's not like you're gonna go into early access and then do a big launch later. It doesn't work like that. Early access basically is your launch. But I might just do it, you know, just so that I could get it out there slightly before it's finished, you know, slightly earlier. This is if I go the self-publishing route, I think, and kind of doing everything myself. If I was to get a publishing deal, then I would probably not do early access for this game. However, if I self-published, I might just do it. So I could be like 90% of the way there and release it and hopefully start getting some money and stuff and then finish the last 10%. With that kind of keeping me afloat. Alright, I'm switching to the indica. This is going to put me on my ass real quick, I imagine. If I'm on the floor in 2 minutes, you'll know why. got to be less specific with the YouTube description because I never know what I'm doing, and I'm all over the place, and I just can't keep updating it every time I switch tasks. I need to be have a more generic description, which would basically be the same as the stream title. Yeah, I did wonder if you guys before were like NA folk who have been staying up really late. I was like, they're either up pretty early or they haven't gone to bed yet. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're watching from. You know, I was watching Robin. I was watching Nomad Push earlier while I was eating, and it was a good episode. You know, I think almost what it kind of made me realize is that I don't really know how to like support my friends. I don't think I'm very good at that. And it's almost like something I've been learning through his videos in a way. You know, how he supports his friends and his friends support him. And yeah, it's kind of been beneficial that it sort of made me aware of that. And I was thinking, why is that? Maybe, I think perhaps because my family have never been very supportive. They've always sort of disagreed with what I've wanted to do, so it's always been kind of a battle, kind of a struggle. So I guess it sort of wasn't modeled for me, right? It's sort of those things kind of have to be modeled for you. So I guess it's something I'm gonna work on, or you know, now that I'm aware of that, I can hopefully change that. But it's just cool that I'm kind of learning that through his YouTube series, and just seeing the way that he interacts with his friends and stuff is really cool. Yeah, you know, I've not known a lot of people like personally, like in real life, who are like that, I suppose. Weirdly, it's through the internet, it's online that I've been able to meet really cool people. In a way, the internet's been kind of a lifesaver, actually. through like the Twitch community and through the Quake speedrunning community and the Stepmania community and the World of Warcraft community before that. You know, that's where I've found cool people. Well, I think you're supporting me. You're often watching the streams and chatting, which I appreciate. And I did think about it recently. I thought Winger's making a game. Winger's developing a game too. I should check that out sometime and see what he's doing. I don't know if you even stream though. I'm not sure, but if you do, I would like to tune in sometime. Okay, you're not streaming it so far. Well, that's fair enough. I will still check out your work whenever you release it, or if you put any information out there. But it's been a while since I've had like that game development streamer that I've been really into. The last one was Sundown. And yeah, because he was really going hard on his game, The Feathered Serpent, for a while, like full-time dev, and I would tune in every day and I would raid him after my streams. Been on a creative break, that's good. Yeah, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to not just work like 12 hours a day and just totally crash. It's so hard. You know, they say we only really get 4 hours of productivity a day. You should probably really just do like 4 hours a day. But it's so hard to stop. But yeah, I was really enjoying Sundown streams around that time. I would watch like every day until I went to bed. From ending stream until going to bed. It was always really cool. Yeah, I'd love to find another game development stream that I'm just really into. I suppose I kind of found him through trying to find somebody to raid, I guess. And I think around that time he said he got raided by some big streamer and that his stream kind of blew up after that. So that's why I think he was getting around like 90 viewers. Something like that on the high end maybe. That's pretty crazy. Oh, networking stuff is insane, dude. I only tried it once in like Unreal Engine years and years ago. I did not succeed. But it is just good to know. It's good to know, and it's also one of the reasons that music kind of saved my life as well, because you sort of sometimes you listen to music and it's like you're not alone, you know? It's like you're listening to somebody who understands and has been through the same things that you've been through. And I think that kept me alive for a long time. So the internet has really been a blessing. It's a double-edged sword in a way. It's a curse as well. I am, completely isolated and always locked in the house, except for when the weather's nice. I will actually, I do prefer to be outside then. But at the same time, it's been such a struggle to find people in my life that I kind of get along with and relate to. But the internet has really sort of kind of allowed me to do that. Oh, dude, that's epic. Every day after school, man, you were living the dream. Yeah, we used to get together on weekends and holidays. We'd all take our PCs to my friend's house, and oh man, those were some wild times, dude. All right, we're all good. We're all good. Oh man, yeah. Oh geez, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, it can be super unhealthy too. Yeah, I mean, when all I did was play video games, I was just like wasting away. Really, I did a lot of damage to my health. Just playing video games and smoking weed like my life depended on it, which is what I thought at the time, which is kind of why it was partially an escape from reality, and it was partially like I thought, oh, this is my ticket out of here. It's like all I know how to do is play video games. So maybe if I can become a streamer or a pro gamer or something, then I can get out of here. So yeah, definitely a combination of those things, but it was super unhealthy. It's kind of difficult. It's difficult not to live in that state, but often, like, unfortunately, you just need to get out of a bad situation. And so your entire life becomes like this, you know, just as some sort of a desperate attempt to get out. And you can do so much damage to yourself in that process as well. So it's like, it's almost like a double whammy. Killing yourself to live, as the Sabbath song says. But I'm doing my best now. I try and take good care of myself, and I try not to let things get out of hand, but inevitably they do. Oh, you're a chef. Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, I guess that's one of those things you've got to like tolerate other people if you want to do a job like that. That's rough, dude. People can suck sometimes. Thankfully, it's not the majority of them, I don't think, but Jesus, when you run into one, god damn, it sucks. Yeah, I kind of had like I guess you could call it an internship at a game studio in Seattle, Washington. I was working remotely for them for about 6 months. And yeah, my dad destroyed that because he knew like I have this job and I'm dependent on the internet and stuff. So he knew if he like took away the internet, he could make me lose my job because he was paying for the internet at the time when I was living at home. And he just made my life hell until so I just couldn't stay there anymore. So I lost that job, and it was a really cool project as well. Became lactose intolerant. That's such a random. Man, you've done so much stuff though. It's crazy. Yeah, acid is really good for that. I call it like tying things together. Like it's really useful when you're sort of kind of, I don't know. It's like there's some processes going on in the background, processing, and then you can do some acid, and it's like, oh, okay, everything makes sense. Oh, it's like I get it now. That's okay, and this is what direction I'm going in, and it's just clarifies everything. Really amazing stuff. What a time to be alive. I mean, you think about it, we're so lucky to be alive. Like after the discovery of LSD and DMT and other psychedelics, it's crazy. And the level of technology that we've achieved. I mean, all that stuff goes hand in hand, right? The mind expanding drugs bring about the innovation. So it gave you that introspection. That's cool. Yeah, it's amazing stuff. Yeah, I did that as well, for sure. I mean, it's like you're kind of conditioned, because people are trying to control you or whatever. But man, I should have left school after high school like as early as possible. I should have just stopped. Really, I don't know because I would have still been in a bad situation at home. So you can never say for sure. But I hated education so much. I hate academia. I didn't want to be there, and I was so miserable. But because I thought like, oh, this is just what's expected of me. I'm supposed to go to college and then go to university and do all the things, even though it was making me miserable. Oh man. What I kind of really needed is almost like a journey of self-discovery or something, but it's hard to say. Because I don't know that I would have been able to do that in whatever situation um, that I was in anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I often don't have hope. I'm usually without hope. Um, it's very rare that I feel optimistic about the future, but there are those very rare moments where I'm like, oh, okay, I think I'm on track if I just keep going. Like if I just keep doing what I'm doing, everything's going to be okay. I kind of can trust the process or like have faith or something. But it's very, very rare. But it's good when you do see it, because I can at least remind myself of that. I can remind myself to trust the process and just keep going. But stress is a killer. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I struggle with that. I get a lot of anxiety. But I do try to I try not to stress. But it's difficult. It's one of those things, it's like I don't even realize half the time, and then I'm like, oh my god, I'm like freaking out, dude. I'm like, okay, calm down. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Like, the hardest thing for me to do is to switch off, to relax. Yeah, that is the hardest thing to do at the end of the day. But speaking of which, I think that's a perfect way to wrap up the stream for today, isn't it? It's been a blast, and it's been a lot more productive than I expected it to be. That's for sure. God, we did a good 10 hours still. That's pretty crazy. Alright, so can we find somebody to raid? Is anybody doing some game dev? Memphis is playing Quake 3 Arena, actually. So I think I'll raid Memphis. Yeah, that's where the fulfillment is. Is like your dharma, right? Your the thing that you are naturally supposed to do. Like make a simulation in GameMaker, or play the drums, or whatever your thing is. You know, those are my things. But it's like, I don't know. I strange. I feel like some people forget how to listen to that intuition, that inner voice, you know, and they're just doing what society expects of them, or like just doing what they're told all the time, and they don't really know what they want, and so they never really they never get to experience the fulfillment of kind of doing what you're supposed to do based on your own experience and your own sort of individuality or something. But for me, it's super strong. Like when I'm not doing the right thing, it's like I'm so miserable that I'm like, this is I can't do this. You know, I cannot do this. This is impossible. But when I'm doing the right thing, it's like, Jesus, you know, I can't even stop. I'm like, it's really obvious. I can really tell when I'm sort of doing it, I guess, or not doing it. Oh yeah, man. No, I do not enjoy cooking. I am just like, okay, I gotta make something as fast as possible so I can get back to work because everything is like a panic, you know? Oh, that'll be great, dude. Yeah, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out in the summer. Oh man, I just ride one wheel, and then the people don't usually bother you. They struggle to catch you, I think. I have, I've had issues. I've been attacked by people even when I've been on the one wheel, but it's rare compared to the amount of people. It's very few of them. But I find it's a bit too isolating, especially because I used to listen to music all the time when I would ride. And I realized, obviously that totally cuts you off from the world. And I'd always be like, going from A to B as fast as possible. Like no sort of room for openness and spontaneity. Just totally blinkered and just like going. Yeah, nature is crazy, dude. When I spent that month in the woods in Portugal, like it was like being on a drug. Honestly, I didn't realize at the time until I looked back and was like, "Holy shit!" I was like a completely different person. Yeah, I think it's just conditioned into you. Like, well, it was conditioned into me for sure. Like, you can never relax. You go like, get up, go. Oh my god, everything's gonna go wrong if you don't fucking work as hard as possible right now. Um, yeah. But what I kind of realized is like, oh, like you gotta like slow down and life can't really happen until you sort of stop and let it happen. You know, I kind of had this realization that people just sort of like wander into town, just wander into town and just take it easy, just wander around and look at things and meet people, and there's no particular place to go, just chilling out. And I was like, I've never done that. I don't think I even know how to do that. You know, I'm constantly problem solving. But it's like super unhealthy, super stressful. You can't enjoy anything. You turn anything into a miserable grind. It's just like it just ruins everything. So yeah, it's been really difficult. I mean, I don't know if I'm completely safe yet as well. That's probably why I can't stop completely yet, because I'm probably still not in a very good situation. Uh, so things have improved from where I was, but I'm probably not totally in a safe place yet. And when I can be, that's when all of these like survival mechanisms completely shut down, right? And you can actually relax and process and get healthy and stuff. So yeah, they keep you alive for a while, but eventually you don't need them anymore, and they're actually doing more harm than good. That's the thing. But yeah, I'm doing my best, and that's all I can do. speaking of which, it's probably time to call it a night, so... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when it is over, but that's why you can't recover until you actually get to safety, because it's not over actually yet until you can get there. Which is like a story that I've heard from a couple of different people is like, you know, they're going to therapy and like not getting better, and it's because therapy is trying to like trying to tell you like that you're safe now or whatever, but if you're not actually safe, that doesn't work. Right? It's like if you're experiencing anxiety and depression because you're supposed to, then you can't get rid of it with therapy. It's like your body is actually reacting exactly as it's supposed to whatever situation that you're in. It's not that you need therapy and there's something wrong with you. It's actually like working perfectly normally. That's how you're supposed to feel, because those emotions are motivators that get you to try and get to a healthier situation. I was listening to Dr. K the other day on that live stream, and something really interesting he said is that sadness is the motivator for rest. And I was like, that's crazy actually, because being tired feels exactly the same as being sad. And I was like, oh, because I would work out. I was doing workouts recently, and then the next day I'd be like, I'm really sad. And then I'm like, wait, no, I think I'm tired because I've been lifting. But it's like the same thing. The sadness and the tiredness is kind of the same thing. It's interesting. Never really noticed that before. But yeah, I'm going to raid Memphis and watch some Quake and chill out for the rest of the night. And it's Sunday tomorrow. I guess I'll be back tomorrow with something. Take it easy, dude. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.
Regeneration. Regeneration.